If you don't fuse with mine, how many drops would you need? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. If you don't fuse with mine, how many drops would you need? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. Over 1,000 drops. What about you? LV Chilean asked, because it was rare for both of them to be able to condense such a miraculous liquid, and even fuse together. I don't remember. In short, I need at least a month. Qin Xiang said, What is yours is the genuine one, so it is much faster than me. You can make more than 1,000 drops and finish it in a few days. It will be completed in 3 days, LV Chilean said, took in a deep breath. Now that he knew how many medicinal ingredients LV Chilean had, it was no wonder why her hundreds of flowers palace was so powerful. But now I can complete it in 2 hours. The spirit liquid you condensed must have something special about it. It's not as different as before I fused it with you. But after I fused it's shortened by so much, LV Chilean said. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, It might be related to my physique. This is my secret. I cannot say more. Then Qin Xiang laughed. These are all things that we condense from our mouths. Don't you think it's the equivalent of us kissing indirectly? When LV Chilean heard this, her jade face suddenly flushed red, and she snorted lightly. If your mouth isn't that cheap, then you're not a bad person. Little Lizzie didn't know why, but she suddenly had the urge to laugh, but she didn't laugh, so she couldn't hide the smile on her face. We'll work together to get more drunk G. Oh, magical poison. That wild lion emperor, it's precisely because he drank a big bowl of this stuff that he's softer than cotton. Qin Xiang chuckled. Leave everything to me, LV Chilean said. Chun Xiang gave his own creation divine liquid to LV Chilean, but he didn't have much left either. Go ahead, little Lizzie, and I still have other things to do, Qin Xiang said. What are you doing? Little Lizzie asked. Help me pick out these heavenly beast pills and place them in a pile. Chun Xiang took out a huge pile of heaven beast pills, all of which he had ACCU, mulat, for many years. There were a total of hundreds of them, causing LV Chilean and little Lizzie to be secretly speechless, especially those heaven pills, which required one to kill a few immortal kings to obtain. There were even some even more powerful beast pills. What are you doing? LV Chilean saw Qin Xiang taking out all these things and asked in shock. You want to use these to increase your strength? That's not good, right? Qin Xiang said, Of course not. Using these things to raise my strength is definitely not good. I am an alchemist, so of course I use pills to increase my strength. I want to use these beast pills to create a terrifying object, just in case. He took out the beast core from the wild lion emperor inside the divine cauldron and said to little Lizzie, Let's start to pick. What are you refining? LV Chilean was very curious. The destruction heavenly pill is the kind of pill that would explode if thrown out, but if one is too weak, I want more of them to fuse together. Only then would the power be great and the compression would be very small. While the other party isn't paying attention, I'll stuff them into their mouths, haha. Seeing Chun Xiang's mischievous smile, little Lizzie and LV Chilean could not help but I plus ver. When self-destructing, it was usually just self-detonating heavenly pills. The power of these pills was great. After fusing together, they would be compressed to a small degree to raise the quality of the energy, and then thrown into someone else's mouth. Just thinking about it would be terrifying. The refining process sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult. Little Lizzie and LV Chilean were also very clear that the energy within the heaven pellet beast pill was already very violent and had mutually repelled each other. If they were to fuse multiple pellets and compress them, it could be said to be extremely difficult. Their abilities are quite easy to fuse together. Qin Xiang seemed to be very experienced. He picked out a pile of the things and threw them into the divine cauldron, while he placed the wild lion emperor's corpse inside the ring, giving it to Long Xue to deal with. That was the corpse of a holy beast. Other than its flesh and blood being poisoned, the bones and the holy armor outside were all extremely valuable and useless. This pile is the weaker one. Little Lizzie said, There's actually so many of them, and quite a few of them are immortal kings. How disappointing. The immortal king only has a tiny bit of power left. Chun Xiang grabbed one of them, which was very small, and discovered that there were more than 100 of them in the pile. LV Chilian and Little Lizzie immediately suspected that Chun Xiang's sky pellet was definitely very strong. There might even be more than one. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Chun Xiang placed all those heaven pills into the divine furnace. Even if it exploded inside the divine furnace, there would not be much reaction. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult to obtain, but he had mastered heavenly alchemy, so refining this kind of thing was like a normal occurrence for him. He had refined countless mountains and swallowed a large amount of land to refine pills. It was not the white tiger that warned him not to continue. It was likely that many continents had been refined by him, so he would definitely be punished by the heavens. The treasure in Chun Xiang's hands also made LV Chilian jealous, especially the divine cauldron. It could be used for defense, attacking, refining medicinal pills for divine weapons, and it could also be used to store things. If necessary, it could even capture powerful beasts or seal people inside it. Do you want to take it away? Chun Xiang, who was seriously refining the destroying sky pill, suddenly turned his head and smiled at LV Chilian. Yes, LV Chilian said, but it's not easy. Chun Xiang laughed. Of course, whoever steals from me, I will fight with their life on the line. I can still remember the matter of the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. They stole my Leihan fruit. I'm really sorry about that. LV Chilian said softly. I didn't think that it would affect your friends. Forget it. I just hope that Thunder Tao Double Venerables is still alive and going back. I want to hide back my Leihan fruit with my own hands. Chun Xiang said, The Leihan fruit has already been merged by Zhang Rong. LV Chilian said, You should still have more. When he thought about how Chun Xiang could possess a large number of Leihan fruit, LV Chilian's heart trembled again. The hidden potential of Chun Xiang was truly terrifying. It doesn't matter. I have a way to get it back. Chun Xiang opened the lid of the divine furnace and took out a small golden ball. Little Lizzie had seen Chun Xiang draw Fire Soul before. She had no doubts about it, but she had never mentioned these things to LV Chilian because she had promised Chun Xiang. With just a glance, it was obvious that he often did this sort of thing. LV Chilian and Little Lizzie were both thinking about just how many times Chun Xiang had used this kind of heaven-decimating pellet on other people. Although many of the beasts in the realm of Flame Heaven were powerful, they were far behind humans in some aspects, such as formations and pills. However, when powerful beasts grasped such things, they would become much more powerful. Although many of the beasts in the realm of Flame Heaven were powerful, they were far behind humans in some aspects, such as formations and pills. However, when powerful beasts grasped such things, they would become much more powerful. Chun Xiang had only refined 5 heaven-decimating pills, and the many days of pills and beast cores that he had picked up had not been refined. The main reason was that he did not want to drag this out for too long in order to avoid those holy armored lion unlocking the drunk G, magical poison. LV Chilian's spirit liquid merged with Chun Xiang's creation divine liquid, increasing the speed at which he copied the drunk G, flower. Within a few days, there were more than 1,000 of them, and Chun Xiang had to admit that LV Chilian's copying speed was much faster than his. And now, LV Chilian Pa S said the batch of drunk G, flower to Chun Xiang, and she stopped copying the drunk G, flower. I will refine it to become a drunk G, powder. It can strengthen my poison ability. Chun Xiang said, Give me some spirit liquid. I don't have any more on me. If it was someone else, LV Chilian would definitely not agree to it. But Chun Xiang was different. She did not have any objections and focused on condensing her spirit liquid. Chun Xiang took out the pill furnace and placed the drunk G, flower inside. If he burned the drunk G, deflower directly, it would produce a fragrance, which was a drunk God scent. Although its poison was strong, it was far from being as strong as the drunk God powder that was refined into powder. LV Chilian watched by the side as he refined the drunk God powder. She would definitely be able to duplicate a lot of the fruit given to her by Chun Xiang before he gave her one. So she would definitely not tell anyone about this matter. Where did you get this drunk God flower? LV Chilian was extremely curious. Her mother, the grandma LV, had been looking for her for a long time, but she couldn't find her mother. At this time, she had already condensed a bottle of spirit liquid inside the chaotic mountain. Chun Xiang said, "That place is very mysterious. Although I have entered before, but I am still unable to see through it." LV Chilian nodded. She had heard of the legends of the chaotic mountain. The chaos fire that Chun Xiang had grasped was closely related to the chaotic mountain, and there were even more related terrifying legends. They had already prepared here for 10 days. Chun Xiang refined a large amount of drunk D powder and gave a large portion to LV Chilian. These are 10 poison cleansing pills, all refined with my blood. They can be used to remove drunk D magical poison S. Don't use those drunk D powder S unless you have no other choice. Chun Xiang said, "When dealing with Wild Lion Princess, I will use poison. You just have to guard against it carefully." LV Chilian lightly patted little Lizzie's shoulders and nodded, indicating that she should listen to Chun Xiang's arrangements. In truth, even if LV Chilian didn't remind her, she would still listen to him because in the past few days she had experienced Chun Xiang's capabilities. If not for Chun Xiang, they probably wouldn't know what they could do to avenge their dead sisters. The current loss was one of the most tragic losses that hundreds of Flowers Palace had suffered in many years. So these few days, little Lizzie was feeling a little sad and she spoke very little. Even if Chun Xiang was teasing her, she did not pay attention to him. After preparing everything, Chun Xiang and the 2 girls left the mountain. Chun Xiang took the 2 girls back to the Raging Lion's nest according to his memories. They took close to a month's time to finally arrive at the side of the ravine. Now, Chun Xiang was instructing Long Shui to go and investigate, as his cultivation in the divine way was relatively high, so it was difficult to find him. It had already been 2 months since their last fight, and Chun Xiang was still a little unsure. He was worried that those berserk lions would be saved. If that was the case, he would have to start with a new plan. That wild lion emperor knows how to use his powerful strength to force the poison out of their bodies. However, the poison is somewhat deeper, so no matter how strong wild lion emperor is, it would still take a few years to completely remove the poison from their bodies. Long Shui quickly scouted out everything. "Don't worry, those beastmen ferocious lions are all lying inside the cave, while the other ferocious lions who haven't been poisoned yet are not very strong. Don't worry, only the Wild Lion Emperor and the Wild Lion Princess pose the greatest threat." When Chun Xiang told them what he had found out, both LV Chilian and little Lizzie were secretly happy. This was because on the journey back, Chun Xiang had told them that if those berserk lions had dissolved the drunk magical poison, they might have to come up with a new plan. But now it was useless. They could go according to their original plan, but that did not mean they would succeed. The risks were great, and they were already mentally prepared. Remember, survival is most important. Chun Xiang said, "Let's go to the canyon now." Little Lizzie's expression was calm. Although the enemy she faced was very strong, she still maintained her calm, and even planned to fight to the death. "Little Lizzie, remember our battle plan?" Chun Xiang asked. "At that time, don't be so stubborn." "Got it." Little Lizzie nodded. On the road here, Chun Xiang and her discussed a fighting plan aimed at the Wild Lion Princess. As for LV Chilian, she had to face the Wild Lion Emperor alone. Both Chun Xiang and little Lizzie were worried for her. "He's coming," Chun Xiang said in a heavy voice. They did not restrain their auras, as they wanted to attract Wild Lion Emperor and himself over. Ever since the ferocious lion nest was ambushed by Chen Xiang, Wild Lion Emperor and Wild Lion Princess were extremely sensitive to any movement in their surroundings. And this time, they felt a very familiar aura. It belonged to LV Chilean and little Lizzie. There are 3 of them. I didn't expect them to dare to come back. Wild Lion Emperor roared, and all the birds and beasts were startled and started fleeing in all directions. Kill my son! I will tear you apart! The Wild Lion Emperor's angry roar sounded out like thunder, shocking Qin Xiang and the others. This kind of might made them feel powerless and made them want to retreat. Although the other party was an unranked holy beast, he was still a holy beast, and his strength was not something they could compare to. Following the roar, a huge lion claw suddenly pressed down. Leave it to me, LV Chilean shouted as she raised her jade palms high up into the air. Her jade body was surrounded by white clouds as light flew around her. Boom! The gigantic lion claw swatted down, but it did not press down and was rebounded by the power of LV Chilean's palms. LV Chilean's throat felt sweetness. Although she could block that palm, her body had been shaken by a very strong power and she had almost vomited blood. Qin Xiang had already left with little Lizzie, leaving far behind the battlefield where LV Chilean and the Wild Lion Emperor were. Just as they had predicted, the Wild Lion Princess immediately chased after them. You little slut, I should have killed you long ago. Otherwise, our ferocious lion race wouldn't have ended up like this. The Wild Lion Princess shouted coldly. You little slut, I should have killed you long ago. Otherwise, our ferocious lion race wouldn't have ended up like this. The Wild Lion Princess shouted coldly. If you don't capture them, nothing will happen to them. This is all your fault. Qin Xiang replied, Wild lion like you, your wild lion race's old wild lion hates you to death. You know that no one wants you. That's why you chose to lay your hands on other girls who were prettier than you. I'm going to eat you. The Wild Lion Princess roared. Qin Xiang signaled little Lizzie with his eyes, signaling that he could make his move. Wild Lion Princess, who had caught up, had a set of golden scales on his arm that turned into a lion claw with sharp claws. His body moved like lightning and rushed to Qin Xiang's side. Wild Lion Princess was not afraid of little Lizzie, because last time she had seen little Lizzie's strength, he was very weak. She did not want little Lizzie to die that easily, but she wanted to quickly get rid of that annoying man. Qin Xiang and little Lizzie stood one in front and one behind, separated by 300 meters, while Wild Lion Princess stood right in between them. At this moment, from the forest in the distance, angry lion roars sounded out, and their auras were extremely oppressing. Begin! Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to little Lizzie, and he saw that the 2 of them had simultaneously stepped on the ground with very strong devil-suppressing holy power as beneath their feet. In that instant, they released a devil-suppressing Qi Array's demon sealing array. When Wild Lion Princess saw the floor covered with a large array of profound spirit grayness, she was immediately shocked. She felt that her body could not move, and she could not mobilize the power in her body. Just as Qin Xiang was about to rush over and stuff the drunk deep powder into the Wild Lion Princess's mouth, the devil-suppressing Qi array suddenly collapsed. Originally, Qin Xiang and little Lizzie thought that it would at least be enough to trap a few seconds and be sufficient for Qin Xiang to use the drunk magical poison. Seeing that, Qin Xiang immediately threw out a huge monument. The giant monument became as big as a small mountain and smashed down, releasing a wave of cold qi that pressed onto Wild Lion Princess's body. Shui! Qin Xiang shouted in his heart, asking Long Shui to borrow his strength. Long Shui immediately channeled all of his prepared power into Qin Xiang's body. Receiving Long Shui's power, Qin Xiang helped the heaven-suppressed immortal monument to become even stronger, pressing the Wild Lion Princess down onto the ground. This Wild Lion Princess was after all a little holy beast with a terrifying power. The moment she got suppressed, she immediately stood up again, and Chunseong immediately released his divine cauldron, allowing it to strike fiercely against her body. As for little Lizzie, he was in the distance, constantly releasing BALLS of powerful energy, which attacked Wild Lion Princess's knees. Wild Lion Princess, who had just stood up, immediately knelt down. However, her strength was still strong, and she fiercely punched the heaven-suppressed immortal monument on top of her, causing the divine steel to almost fly away, causing Chunseong to have no choice but to channel an even stronger power into it. Seeing Wild Lion Princess stand up little by little, Chunseong immediately shot 2 heaven-decimating pills at the Wild Lion Princess's head. The explosion that was produced almost caused the divine steel to fly out. That heaven-shaking explosion made Chunseong and him lose his sense of hearing in an instant. At this moment, both he and little Lizzie were shrouded by the shockwave from the explosion. Taking this chance, little Lizzie stepped forward and used all his strength to stab the back of Wild Lion Princess's neck. Because this was Kwang's HI plus S weakness, the holy armored lion's body had such strong scales. Even a holy weapon would have difficulty injuring them. A sword pierced the throat, and blood spurted out from the sword when he pulled it out. Wild Lion Princess roared in pain, and a huge tail suddenly appeared on his waist. She's going to transform into her original form. It's best if we quickly finish her off. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Long Shui anxiously shouted. Chunseong continued to inject, using the heaven-suppressed immortal monument to pressure the Wild Lion Princess, preventing her from moving as she wished, slowing down the speed of her transformation. At the same time, he threw the hammer of D out and struck her abdomen. The divine hammer, that was as heavy as a mountain, carried Chunseong's and Long Shui's strength. The power generated from its flight was extremely terrifying, and even the ground was torn apart by the force of its impact. It smashed onto Wild Lion Princess's abdomen, causing her to scream in pain. When Wild Lion Princess opened his mouth to roar, Chunseong hastily threw his drunk D powder out. It was a ball of powder formed from drunk D powder S in the quant. 1. Tai was extremely large. Just as it was about to enter Wild Lion Princess's mouth, a golden light suddenly surged out from Wild Lion Princess's mouth. The golden light struck the drunk D powder and destroyed it. It then shot towards Chunseong and struck his body, causing him to fly and SMAs. Plussing apart a few trees. If not for the fact that Chunseong had profound wood diamond armor, the golden light would have long ago entered his body and exploded inside his body. Seeing Chunseong's drunk D powder being destroyed, little Lizzie knew that she was the only one who could use her drunk D powder now. She had been hit by Wild Lion Princess's tail and had used up all her strength just now. But now, if she wanted to kill this Wild Lion Princess, she had to rely on her own drunk D powder. Little Lizzie clenched his teeth and used the last bit of energy he had in his body to rush towards Wild Lion Princess. Seeing little Lizzie move, Chunseong immediately understood and shouted to Long Shui, "Give all of your power to me. Don't worry about it anymore. You must let little Lizzie succeed. Otherwise, both she and I will be finished." Long Shui transferred most of the suppressed energy to Chunseong without reservation. Seeing that Chunseong had been sent flying, Wild Lion Princess secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if she knew that little Lizzie had rushed over, she was not that worried. Just as she was about to attack little Lizzie, the heaven-suppressed immortal monument suddenly flashed with a white light. Chunseong poured all of the energy that Long Shui had just channeled into the heaven-suppressed immortal monument, letting the heaven-suppressed immortal monument release a wave of extremely strong icy energy, which then poured into the Wild Lion Princess's body. At the same time, the divine hammer, divine cauldron, and divine blade, under the control of all of Qin Xiang's divine power, all smashed towards Wild Lion Princess's body. After suffering such a violent and sudden attack, Wild Lion Princess immediately knelt down, while little Lizzie had already come behind her. She took out a piece of drunk D powder and used her hands to insert into the deep Y hole in the back of the Iron Lion Princess. Wild Lion Princess roared, wanting to use his tail to sweep little Lizzie away, but the power suddenly disappeared. His entire body was paralyzed, and he couldn't even make a sound. Little Lizzie, who had used all of his strength, took a few steps back before collapsing onto the ground. On the other hand, Qin Xiang used the remaining strength he had left to rush over with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Little Lizzie, who had used all of his strength, took a few steps back before collapsing onto the ground. On the other hand, Qin Xiang used the remaining strength he had left to rush over with the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Wild Lion Princess's head rolled to the ground, her expression full of grief, anger, and unwillingness. It was because the two people she fought were like ants in her eyes, yet they still killed her. Seeing the head, little Lizzie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Because she had already avenged the deaths of her sisters, she bit the antidote pill in her mouth when she fell to the ground, because she had come into close contact with the drunk D powder before. Furthermore, she had stuffed her hand into the Wild Lion Princess's wound. The battle in the distance was still intense, but Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang did not have any more strength left, causing Qin Xiang's body to be in extreme pain. This was due to borrowing Long Xue's strength, and the golden light spewed out from Wild Lion Princess's mouth, causing him severe injuries. Qin Xiang took out one jade dragon flower. When jade dragon flower was ripe, he had 9 petals, and previously Qin Xiang used 2, but now there were only 7. He gave little Lizzie one, and he ate one himself. With some energy, he placed Wild Lion Princess's corpse into the divine cauldron. Little Lizzie didn't recover as quickly as he did, and she also didn't have his kind of terrifying flesh. She was incredibly weak right now, so Qin Xiang picked her up and held her in his arms. Qin Xiang initially wanted to struggle, but in the end decided to give up. Closing her eyes, she quickly refined the medicinal power within the jade dragon flower's body, and as she laid in Qin Xiang's embrace, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. It's all thanks to her. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have been able to deal with that mad lioness. Qin Xiang gently pinched little Lizzie's beautiful face and used his fingers to adjust her shoulder-length hair. But little Lizzie leaned on her as if he was asleep and hugged his waist. Seeing her captivating look while she was sleeping, Qin Xiang couldn't help but to move his lips over and kiss her cheek. Little Lizzie noticed it, but she did not say anything. She only slightly opened her eyes, glared at him with a gaze that carried a hidden bitterness, and then closed her eyes, allowing Qin Xiang to stroke her hair and jade face. It was unknown if it was because she was enjoying this gentle caress, or because she did not have the strength to resist. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly started to beat with ferocity. His injuries were severe, and the remaining pain from borrowing Long Xue's strength was still there and had become even more severe. He was not able to recover for a short period of time. If the one who lost was LV Qilian, then it would not be good for him and little Lizzie. Her heart was also beating very quickly. She leaned on Qin Xiang's chest and could very clearly feel Qin Xiang's heartbeat, which made her feel very uneasy, but she was very tired and she could not even lift up her eyes. It's fine. Believe her. She will definitely come back alive. Qin Xiang gently stroked her back because he felt the muscles on little Lizzie's body slightly tense up. After it had quieted down for a while, Qin Xiang saw a white figure standing in front of him. It was LV Qilian. Her hair was disheveled, her face haggard, her clothes tattered. Qin Xiang let out a sigh of relief and said softly to little Lizzie, who was in his embrace, "She's back. She's fine now." LV Qilian's arm had a shocking crack on it. The flesh on it was ripped apart. The fact that there was such a wound on a beauty's body made people's hearts ache for her. It was obvious that her arm was temporarily crippled, while her other hand was dragging something. On closer look, it was Wild Lion Emperor's body. It looked like he was dead and had not changed into his original body yet. When LV Chilian saw that Chen Xiang and Qin Xiang were both here, she and little Lizzie were both feeling the same way. She walked in front of Qin Xiang and sat on the ground, exhaling. "Can you store your divine cauldron inside?" "Sure." Qin Xiang handed the unconscious little Lizzie over to LV Chilian. LV Chilian took her over and gently caressed her face. "Little Lizzie, everything's all right. We have already avenged the sisters." Qin Xiang's eyelids moved a little, and then he slightly opened his eyes, revealing a beautiful smile. Qin Xiang placed the Wild Lion Emperor's corpse into the divine furnace. He took a look at it and discovered that there was ABL, ODY hole in the Wild Lion Emperor's neck and eyes. To deal with such powerful beasts, just absorbing them into his body was not enough. He had to use this method to let a large number of drunk D powder infiltrate into his body. Qin Xiang had used soul-absorbing devil spell on a wild lion before, so he knew the weakness of the holy armored lion. It could attack those places. "Is your arm okay?" "Qin Xiang Pa S," said the jade dragon over. "Eat the entire one. I'm afraid your best medicine can't compare to this jade dragon flower." Looking at the jade dragon flower, LV Chilian took a deep breath. "Can I leave a petal behind?" She was going to use it to make copies. Of course. Qin Xiang smiled at her, then looked at her arm and asked with concern, "Is your hand all right?" "It's fine. It'll be fine very soon." LV Chilian said softly as she received the jade dragon flower. She knew that Qin Xiang had definitely fed it to little Lizzie before because there were a few less petals on it. LV Chilian took a piece of the jade dragon flower's petals, placed the whole flower into his mouth, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it. "We need to leave this place as soon as possible." Qin Xiang looked around and took out a flying discs. LV Chilian was also extremely weak at the moment. If not for the fact that she succeeded in detoxifying the poison at the critical moment, she would have been torn to shreds by the Wild Lion Emperor. After boarding the flying discs, LV Chilian's entire body was already exhausted, but even more so, he was mentally exhausted. Only Qin Xiang was still quite spirited. He sat in the middle of the flying discs, with little Lizzie and LV Chilian both in his embrace, and he was not only rude to the two girls, but he also made them pinch him softly a little, across his thin clothes. If LV Chilian still had any strength left, he would definitely scream out loud. The pain on Qin Xiang's body had already receded, and he was still hugging two great beauties. One of them was Flower Emperor, and the other one was his most capable subordinate. The speed of the flying discs was not fast. They slowly flew through the forest, taking the three of them away from the battlefield filled with ruins. Although LV Chilian was currently very weak, he did not go overboard. He only embraced her waist, touched her face, and blew at her earlobe. Qin Xiang recovered the fastest. He rode the frisbee and carefully headed towards the holy armored lion's nest. Qin Xiang recovered the fastest. He rode the frisbee and carefully headed towards the holy armored lion's nest. When they were near the canyon, Long Shui sighed in disappointment. "There are a lot of wolves there." "Don't go there. That place has already been occupied by a pack of wolves. It's the White Wolf tribe of the Holy Light. D.A.M. And with so many holy armored lion, this group of people got lucky." Qin Xiang sighed. They no longer had the energy to fight against such a strong herd of beasts. "Why don't you go over? Those lions should have lost their ability to resist. You can put them into the divine furnace." She had already recovered some of her strength, but her body was still soft. "There's a pack of holy white wolves. It's likely that Saint Beasts have come as well. Our battle results have all been swallowed by them." Qin Xiang said in a low voice, "Let's find a place to hide for the time being. We'll talk after we completely recover." Then hide well, these wolves' sense of smell must be very sensitive. LV Chilean said softly. Chun Xiang slightly exerted force to hug her close enough to let her body lie against him. That kind of feeling made him secretly praise her in his heart, especially that soft and gentle chest of LV Chilean. Little Lizzie saw that was taking advantage of him and cursed at him in his heart. At the same time, he used his weak strength to pinch Qin Xiang's flesh, but as if he was scratching an itch for him, Qin Xiang continued to laugh. Large success body of heavenly sage plus devil-suppressing golden body. How did you refine your body? Seeing that Qin Xiang recovered so quickly, LV Chilean was extremely jealous in his heart. I was only able to cultivate it after suffering quite a bit. However, if you want to strengthen your physical body, I can find someone to help you. Qin Xiang said, They are all women, but they have enmity with some forces. I don't know if you dare to accept them or not. LV Chilean lifted her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes were flash. Plussing with light as she looked at Qin Xiang. Did you use Holy Spirit rabbit blood? I've heard of this matter before, when you Xuelian stole those jade rabbits. I didn't think that you would actually partake. 1 P8 in it. I've been looking for you Xuelian. It's just that I haven't been able to find her. If you can contact her, then let her come to the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. The Divine Saber Immortal Palace doesn't dare to do anything to me. Qin Xiang said, At that time there were 4 Holy Spirit rabbit, and other than me, there was also Mu Jialan and Yao Shumi. They both had a Holy Spirit rabbit in their hands, so they should all be together. There are a lot of women who are related to you. LV Chilean snorted lightly. There's still another Holy Spirit rabbit. A man will turn into a woman when using jade, rabbit blood. You can't be planning to keep it for yourself, right? After he finished speaking, LV Chilean's face revealed an enchanting smile. The characteristics of the man on you is still there. Pay. I was a man doing well. Why must I become a woman? Moreover, there are 2 beauties by my side right now. Even if I don't want to, I would not do such a foolish thing. The jade rabbit in my hand was sold by me, and I exchanged some things with someone else. Qin Xiang lowered her head and looked straight into LV Chilean's beautiful eyes. Right now, he was hugging her with one hand, and they were so close to each other, which couldn't help but give rise to bold thoughts in his heart. The disc was slowly flying, but Qin Xiang and LV Chilean just stared at each other in silence. You want to kiss me? LV Chilean's face revealed a playful smile, and when she saw Qin Xiang retract his gaze, she lightly snorted. Even you wouldn't dare to measure it. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, bared his fangs, and laughed. I was originally hesitating, but now I'm going to give it my all. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, the sneer on LV Chilean's face changed, and he said coldly, Try it. Qin Xiang had already moved his mouth closer to hers and had even let go of the unconscious little Lizzie. LV Chilean wanted to resist, but her entire body was soft. She wanted to bite Qin Xiang's tongue hard, but Qin Xiang's tongue carried a suction force that pulled her tongue out of LV Chilean's mouth. BASTARD, do you want to die? LV Chilean sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Let go of my hand quickly, or else you'll be in trouble. It was clearly your tongue that sucked me in. What are you blaming me for? Qin Xiang was secretly shocked in his heart. Don't devour my power. I'm very weak and isn't worth it for you to devour. Could it be a problem with my cultivation technique? LV Chilean immediately realized. Do you have the habit of condensing spirit liquid anytime and anywhere? Yes, but I don't have any skill right now. Qin Xiang said. This is troublesome. We use our tongues to condense spirit liquids. After so many years, our tongues have become stained with the special characteristics of those spirit liquids. That's why we are merging together now. LV Chilean scolded him. It's all because of you. I won't forgive you. If that's the case, then we'll just follow the will of the heavens and enjoy ourselves. Chen Xiang laughed, greedily sucking on LV Chilian's soft and fragrant tongue, causing him to feel extremely satisfied. This was the first time LV Chilian had experienced such a thing and could not resist, so she could only obey Chen Xiang, but in her heart she continuously cursed at Chen Xiang. However, gradually her face blushed a little, and a kind of indescribable, wonderful feeling made her feel a little comfortable. She began to cater to Chen Xiang a little. With the help of the jade dragon flower, she recovered very quickly. She opened her eyes, and when she heard some sounds coming from the side, she turned to look and was immediately stunned. At first, little Lizzie had thought that she was dreaming because this was simply too outrageous. The Asgard mistress, who in her heart was a lofty existence, was actually hugging Chen Xiang, like a pair of hungry and thirsty lovers asking for each other's love. At first, she thought that Chen Xiang was the one who forced LV Chilian, but when she saw that LV Chilian was enjoying himself and was even taking the initiative to kiss him, she felt that they were getting closer to each other. Little Lizzie closed her eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep, but her heart was like a roaring sea. She found it hard to accept this fact, even though Chen Xiang had mentioned before in front of her that he wanted to conquer LV Chilian. Brat, let's circulate our energy together to condense that spirit liquid. LV Chilian whispered to Chen Xiang. Hee, it must be great to kiss someone's mouth. You haven't even tried it at your age. You're so lucky. This old cow will eat tender GRA. SS. Chen Xiang laughed. Humph, I'll show you sooner or later. Don't be too proud. LV Chilian had already accepted it. She had enjoyed it before and tried it before. This kind of thing was very mysterious to her, and now that she had tasted it, that feeling of novelty was no longer there. She just wanted to quickly separate from Chen Xiang so that she wouldn't be seen by him. Hurry up and circulate your energy to condense the spirit liquid. LV Chilian urged. She also wanted to see what kind of effect this would have. Chen Xiang gently embraced LV Chilian's body. The two of them continued to hug each other and started to channel and condense spirit liquid. Chen Xiang gently embraced LV Chilian's body. The two of them continued to hug each other and started to channel and condense spirit liquid. Very quickly, Chen Xiang felt a cool sensation from LV Chilian's tongue. But his tongue became warm because when he was condensing the creation divine liquid, he had to use the fire soul in his body. His creation divine liquid was born because of the heaven fire soul, so it contained heat. LV Chilian felt that Chen Xiang's tongue was a little warm. In the next instant, she suddenly felt a strange energy seep into her body, quickly healing the injuries in her body. She clearly felt that her crippled arm was quickly healing. Chen Xiang's body felt slightly numb, and all the creation divine liquid formed by his tongue had been absorbed by LV Chilian. He realized that the difference in cultivation level between him and LV Chilian was just too big. In just a few moments, LV Chilian's injuries had recovered by a lot. At this time, the suction force on their tongues had disappeared, causing Chen Xiang's body to go limp. Lying on the frisbee, he panted heavily, enjoying the wonderful feeling. LV Chilian looked at him and frowned. She raised her jade hands and really wanted to slap him a few times, but she licked her lips and sucked the creation divine liquid into her mouth, merging with her spirit liquid, and swallowed it. LV Chilian's seductive look greatly broadened Chen Xiang's horizons. Get up! LV Chilian coldly snorted. Quickly get far away from here. LV Chilian never thought that she would be able to recover from majority of her injuries so quickly. Although she did not slap Chen Xiang, she had pinched the flesh of his arm so hard that Chen Xiang almost cried out in pain. I've been sucked dry by you. I'm about to die. Chen Xiang said he was truly powerless. He laid beside little Lizzie, and when he wanted to flip over and embrace little Lizzie, he was stopped by LV Chilian. LV Chilian carried little Lizzie over and laid him down in his embrace. He glared at Chen Xiang. Stop pretending. Hurry up and get up. Chunxiang sat up and asked curiously, "How did you recover from your injuries so quickly?" "Perhaps your spirit liquid contains some kind of strange energy. When it is fused with my spirit liquid, it will become even more powerful, so it can quickly heal my injuries. However, it's only recovered by a little bit, so my strength hasn't recovered much." LV Chilean lowered his voice. "This time, I will let you go. Do not tell little Lizzie about this. No one is allowed to say it. If not, I will kill you and silence you. You can bear to kill me. No matter what, I'm the man that kissed you for the first time." Chunxiang smiled mischievously, not afraid at all. "Actually, little Lizzie has already woken up. She is just pretending to be asleep." Chunxiang looked at little Lizzie with a smile. This was what Long Shui had told him. Just as Chunxiang had finished speaking, LV Chilean, who was in her embrace, felt a very faint tremble. She lowered her head and saw that little Lizzie's eyelashes were slightly trembling. "Why don't we pull little Lizzie into the water? You two have a deep affection for each other. We can share good fortune together." Chunxiang laughed sinisterly. "Don't even think about it." Little Lizzie and LV Chilean shouted at the same time. Little Lizzie was awake after all, and her eyes were communicating with LV Chilean, as if they had reached an agreement through sound transmission. LV Chilean and little Lizzie had already recovered a bit and were no longer as weak as before. He could not take advantage of them anymore. Regarding the matter just now, neither LV Chilean nor little Lizzie mentioned it, as if it had never happened. "Leave the Wild Lion Emperor's corpse to me," LV Chilean said. "I will give you half of the sacred armor and bones. The beast core will belong to me." LV Chilean said. She was worried that Chunxiang would take it for himself. "When the time comes, send the things to the Long family in the Ice Dragon Immortal Palace and give it to Shui Xianxian." Chunxiang said, "I should be able to refine some holy armor, and those bones can be used to refine saint weapons." LV Chilean nodded his head. "The things on the holy beasts are good materials for refining the holy armor." "Then I will also give half of what Wild Lion Princess has to little Lizzie." Chunxiang said, "I don't want it. You can have it. This is what I owed you before." Little Lizzie said, "That won't do. You also put in a lot of effort. Give the beast cores to me, and I'll give you some of the scales and bones." Chunxiang said, "Up to you." She had guessed that Chunxiang had forced it, but LV Chilean did not seem to blame him too much. This was what made her feel that something was amiss. After flying for a long time, Chunxiang and the others suddenly noticed some footprints on the ground. "Someone is nearby," Chunxiang said. "I don't know if it's those mutated sacred beasts or those people from the ninth heaven. These footprints belong to the Thunder Tao Double Venerables." Little Lizzie laid on the frisbee, carefully looking at the footprints on the ground, and recognized them with a single glance. Chunxiang said worriedly, "This couple and I have a grudge. It's better to stay away from them." LV Chilean nodded. "Start now." Little Lizzie was still weak, although he could speak and move, but LV Chilean had only recovered some of his strength, and was probably the only one who was stronger. Chunxiang controlled the flying discs to fly in the direction of where there were no footprints, but there was a sudden movement from behind him. "Ha! I never thought that Flower Emperor and Chunxiang would actually be together and their relations. I plus P is not bad." This was Lei Jian's voice. He had initially been injured, but over 2 months had said by now, and by relying on a high-grade medicinal pellet, he had already recovered. Lei Jian and Zhang Rong, this couple, were known as the Thunder Tao Double Venerables, and they were extremely powerful. They had brought the divine Thunder Immortal Country along to war long ago, and were decisive people in their killing. Zhang Rong laughed coldly. Flower Emperor is indeed Flower Emperor, and he actually wasn't killed by that holy beast. Little Lizzie is indeed well deserved of his reputation. He was able to escape even after being captured. Could it be that Brat secretly saved him? That's right. Qinxiang saved me. As long as you're in front of me, I won't allow you to touch him. LV Chilian stood up and said coldly to the Thunder Tao Double Venerables. Lei Jian laughed out loud. Flower Emperor, oh Flower Emperor, if it was the past, we would definitely be very afraid of you, but now, since you and little Lizzie were able to escape from death, you must be severely injured. Otherwise, you wouldn't rely on this brat. Zhang Rong also laughed out loud. After that, his figure flashed and actually grabbed little Lizzie, and a short blade appeared in his hand. Zhang Rong, what are you doing? LV Chilian was furious. She looked at Zhang Rong with killing intent. With her intelligence, she could definitely imagine that he would use little Lizzie to threaten her. Zhang Rong laughed wildly. What can we do? With such a good opportunity to take you down, I will not let you go so easily. First, obediently take out the high-leveled pills, saint artifacts, and other treasures inside your storage magic treasure. If you want to make us happy, we can let this girl go. LV Chilian's delicate body trembled with extreme anger. Aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge on you in the future? Lei Jian and Zhang Rong looked at each other and started to laugh maniacally. Lei Jian and Zhang Rong looked at each other and started to laugh maniacally. Revenge? How could we allow that to happen? Don't you know that there is a thing called master-servant contract? Hand it over quickly, or else I'll strip this girl naked and let my husband in front of you. Ha! Zhang Rong laughed sinisterly, asking LV Chilian to hand over all his treasures, and then using the master-servant contract to control LV Chilian in such a way would allow him to control the entire hundreds of Flowers Palace. Chen Xiang was startled. He thought that this couple would be the first to take care of him. But who would have thought that they would actually take care of little Lizzie and LV Chilian first? Now, LV Chilian understood these four words even more. Previously, she had cooperated with Divine Thunder Immortal Country many times, but she never thought that she would actually bite his hand. Little Lizzie's expression was ice cold. His eyes carried a kind of resolute light as he looked at LV Chilian, as if he had already made a decision. LV Chilian had already seen that when little Lizzie was about to commit suicide, her heart was filled with extreme despair. Thunder Tao Double Venerables' condition was already at its peak, so no matter how hard she and Qinxiang tried, it would be useless. Zhang Rong could feel little Lizzie's abdomen heating up, so she let out a cold snort. You want to commit suicide? No way. I'll let you live and watch how Flower Emperor is enslaved by us, haha. Just as Zhang Rong was laughing out loud and wanting to stop little Lizzie's pills, he flicked his finger and released a ball of transparent mist that shot into Zhang Rong's mouth. His other hand also released a ball of invisible mist that instantly enveloped Lei Jian's body. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, you're courting death. Lei Jian felt Qinxiang attacking him and immediately became enraged. Flying over, smashed Qinxiang's body with a palm and sent him flying. It was at this time that Zhang Rong suddenly shouted loudly, I've been poisoned. This is an incredible poison. It's the magical corruption gas. She could not care about little Lizzie anymore and immediately let go of little Lizzie, channeling her energy to resist the magical corruption gas. Qinxiang had just injected a lot of magical corruption gas into her mouth. It had been compressed and had entered the inside of her body, causing it to explode inside. As for Lei Jian, he was also hit by a ball of mist. Because the ball of mist was colorless and lacked any energy fluctuations, the barrier on Lei Jian's body did not appear. Instead, it allowed the magical corruption gas to attach itself to his body and infiltrate it from his skin into the inside of his body. Magical corruption gas, D-A-M, N you little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, I want to... Just as Lei Jian finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, because he felt that he was poisoned as well. He had already arrived beside Qinxiang and brandished a large blade. Qinxiang was lying on the ground. His body that had not fully recovered was severely injured, and he no longer had any strength left. No one can save you. He was not deeply poisoned, so he could still use some of his power to attack Qin Xiang. Just as the big blade was about to slash onto Qin Xiang's body, LV Chilean suddenly flew over and lay on top of him. With regards to Qin Xiang, she owed him far too much. Qin Xiang had saved him time and time again, so how could she watch him get killed? Go away. Qin Xiang clenched his teeth and roared. He kicked LV Chilean away, the big blade already slashed out. This was the first time she cried for a man. In that instant, her emotions were mixed to the extreme, sadness to the extreme. She did not wish for Qin Xiang to die, and in the depths of her heart, she felt as if the most important person was going to leave her. When the large blade landed on Qin Xiang's body, a golden light suddenly flashed from Qin Xiang's body. A suit of armor that glimmered with golden light actually appeared and blocked the violent and furious blade. When Lei Jian's big blade slashed at Qin Xiang's profound Wu diamond armor, it was repelled by a burst of energy, while Qin Xiang also felt a shock, which caused him to be unable to refrain from spitting out a large mouthful of blood, but at least he managed to preserve his life. After Lei Jian was pushed away, it was already too late for him to make up for the poison in his body. Because the poison was spreading and his strength was gradually weakening, he immediately channeled his energy to expel the poison. The profound wood diamond armor on Qin Xiang's body was put away again. He painfully groaned a few times on the ground before climbing back up. Seeing the tears on LV Chilean's face, he smiled and said, "I never thought that you would shed tears for me too. You failed to repay my kindness. I came to save you, yet you still kicked me." LV Chilean said angrily, changing the topic. She was wearing a white dress with Qin Xiang's footprints on it. Little Lizzie had already ran over. She was already crying from anxiousness and thought that Qin Xiang would be killed just like that. Although Qin Xiang was a little hateful, she didn't want to die from this, and in order to save her, little B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you will definitely be cursed by the heavens for using such a strange poison like magical corruption gas. Lei Jian's face was ugly as he sat there detoxifying the poison. This matter will spread out sooner or later. Don't think that you can hide it from us. Zhang Rong was not far away, and her expression was even more unsightly, because she was the one who was the most poisoned. Qin Xiang and little Lizzie were already surprised to have drunk magical poison. They never thought that Qin Xiang still had such a strange, even more terrifying poison like magical corruption gas, and they didn't know how he had stored it up. Furthermore, he had stored it in such a large quant. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to poison this powerful Thunder Tao double venerables. You're about to die, and you're still so stubborn. Qin Xiang licked the blood off his mouth, took the recovery pill from LV Chilean, and consumed it, then walked over to Lei Jian. Walking to Lei Jian's side, Qin Xiang held onto Lei Jian's head with one hand and unleashed soul-absorbing devil spell. B-A-S-T-A-R-D beast B-A-S-T-A-R-D. You actually know soul-absorbing devil spell. Lei Jian's face had already distorted, and he was crazily cursing at Qin Xiang. Curse you, curse you. You're going to die anyway, haha. Qin Xiang laughed, then activated devouring magic kung fu, pulled out the thunder soul from his body and placed it into a bead. Just as he finished extracting the thunder soul, Lei Jian turned into a pool of purplish black blood. Seeing this scene, Zhang Rong's heart trembled. Qin Xiang immediately ran over and used devouring magic kung fu, directly pulling out the thunder soul from her body. The process of extracting the thunder soul was extremely painful, causing Zhang Rong to let out a burst of miserable cries. After that, her entire body exploded into a purplish black liquid. Little Lizzie held onto LV Chilean's hand tightly. Her palm was drenched in perspiration, because Qin Xiang was truly too terrifying in her eyes, and her methods made people's hair stand up. LV Chilean held little Lizzie's hand tightly. She had the same thought in her heart. She had originally thought that the drunk magical poison was Chun Xiang's greatest reliance, being able to help Qin Xiang kill many experts stronger than him. But now she was wrong because Chun Xiang still had something even more terrifying. Zhang Rong and Lei Jian were not worth sympathizing with. So LV Chilian and little Lizzie did not have the slightest bit of mercy towards them. Chun Xiang had now taken back his things. After Chun Xiang finished taking care of the remnants of the magical corruption gas, he and little Lizzie quickly left the place. Regarding the matters of the magical corruption gas, Qin Xiang had always been cautious, otherwise he would be in even more trouble in the future. After Qin Xiang finished taking care of the remnants of the magical corruption gas, he and little Lizzie quickly left the place. Regarding the matters of the magical corruption gas, Qin Xiang had always been cautious, otherwise he would be in even more trouble in the future. They arrived at a large mountain, found a naturally formed cave, and entered it to reform it. Only then did they feel at ease and begin to heal their injuries. How did you get your magical corruption gas? This poison is not easy to deal with. You seem to have a lot. LV Chilian asked. She was also an expert in the use of poisons, but she rarely used them because she was strong enough. I did it when I was in Ditian. That place has something to do with your dad. Chun Xiang said. The place where he had obtained the magical corruption gas was the place where the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable had suppressed the poisonous beast Devil G. Oh, looks like you still have some secrets on you. If I am not wrong about your armor, it should be one of the 4 symbols divine weapons is Profound Wu diamond armor. Chun Xiang said, his heart filled with jealousy. Chun Xiang himself already had the divine blade called the Green Dragon Demon-Slain Broadsword. And now he also had the divine armor. He had both offense and defense, so he would definitely be a strong figure in the future. Little Lizzie said, I heard that Lu Menger has Suzaku divine weapon with him. Right now, there is still one more White Tiger divine weapon that has yet to leave. The White Tiger divine weapon was very special, but it was already in Qin Xiang's hands. Don't you guys go around talking nonsense. It's not good to spread this around. Chun Xiang said, especially regarding the magical corruption gas. I know. How could we possibly speak of such nonsense? LV Chilian took out a drunk flower and muttered, I really want to give a mother. She was looking everywhere before. Qilian is also really looking forward to it. Chun Xiang chuckled. I've already given quite a few to your sister. Not only that drunk magical poison, I've also given her some of her defenses, but she probably won't need them. Hearing Chun Xiang's words, LV Chilian immediately looked at him vigilantly. You probably won't give it to her for no reason at all. What you did to her? Did you do anything to her before? Chun Xiang looked innocent and said unhappily, I only exchanged a few things with her. She gave me 2 holy lotus seeds, and we are good friends. I have always called her big sister, and we have helped each other many times. Don't tell me I look like that kind of person. Humph. No matter how I look at it, you don't look like a good person. LV Chilian did not believe what Qin Xiang was saying. Qin Xiang even dared to scheme against her. What's more, although LV Qilian was not related to her in blood, in her heart he was her own sister. Qin Xiang curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, If I wasn't a good person, the 2 of you would have already been my people. After saying that, little Lizzie and Lu Qi immediately glared at him with a faint, killing intent. Qin Xiang immediately laughed dryly. Little Lizzie, I have already saved you many times. Don't you have any objections? LV Chilian was worried that little Lizzie would harm him, and she quickly replied, You saved little Lizzie, and I will help her repay you. You don't have to worry about that. Are you going to give your life for her? Qin Xiang laughed out loud, but when he saw LV Chilian's ice-cold gaze, he restrained himself. LV Chilian glared at him. You better not let me find a chance to beat you up. UBASTARD. You really deserve a beating." "How fearsome! No wonder you've been single for so many years. Little Lizzie is still the best, and she's so cute and lovely. Although she's a bit naughty, I still like her a lot." Chun Xiang came to little Lizzie's side and shamelessly said, "Put the Wild Lion Emperor's corpse into this thing." LV Chilian tossed over a big square chest to Chun Xiang. It should be a storage artifact that had a lot of S.P.A.C. inside. Chun Xiang used his divine power to check it out and said in shock, "There are so many spiritual crystal, and it's so big." "Don't just take it," LV Chilian said. Chun Xiang moved Wild Lion Emperor's corpse into the big box. The inside of the box was indeed very large and could fit 100 Wild Lion Emperor inside without any problem. One must know that the Wild Lion Emperor's body was as big as a mountain. "Do you still have this kind of box? Where did you buy it from?" Chun Xiang returned the chest back to LV Chilian and asked, "Let your wife refine it. As long as you have the materials, she should be able to refine it," LV Chilian said. Chun Xiang said in a low voice, "You're so stingy, can't you give me one?" LV Chilian said in a tender voice, "You have even more things stored within that divine cauldron of yours, and you still want mine. You're truly greedy." The one with the most severe injuries was Chun Xiang, but the one who talked the most was him. "Sit down and take off your clothes." LV Chilian could not bear to see him covered in wounds, so he teased them with a mischievous smile. "What are you doing?" Chun Xiang looked shocked. "You want to help me wash my body." So long-winded. LV Chilian frowned. She reached out her hand and grabbed Chun Xiang's SHI plus RT, using her strength to pull on it, causing it to disintegrate, revealing Chun Xiang's upper body. Chun Xiang shouted in shock, "What are you doing?" "I'll help you heal your injuries. Stop talking nonsense." LV Chilian's jade-like hand had already pressed on Chun Xiang's lower abdomen, channeling a warm and comfortable power into Chun Xiang's body, causing him to let out an extremely silvery egg's groan. "Little Lizzie, come closer. I'll help you heal your injuries too." LV Chilian smiled at her. Little Lizzie was right beside Chun Xiang. She approached him, lifted up her clothes, and revealed her slim waist that had a bit of muscle on it. LV Chilian pressed his hand on little Lizzie's abdomen, channeling a kind of strange energy into little Lizzie's body, helping her to recuperate her injuries. "Mistress, are you not going to heal yourself? If you help us heal our wounds, it will slow down your recovery." Little Lizzie asked softly, looking at LV Chilian with a concerned gaze. He could tell that their relations, HI plus P, was extremely good, like sisters. "It's fine. I'm recovering very quickly right now. Even if I don't heal, I'll be able to recover completely in 2 days or so." After LV Chilian finished, he glanced at Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang laughed. "This is all because of my kissing you. Why don't we kiss again? Maybe you will recover immediately." Little Lizzie looked at little Lizzie with a face full of helplessness. Little Lizzie was the same. They were not the kind of people who could casually make jokes, so they could only ignore him. 3 days later, the three of them had completely recovered from their injuries. LV Chilian used the method in the live slain method to treat them, and the effects were so great that Chun Xiang was envious of them and wanted to obtain the live slain method even more. "We're going back. What about you? Do you have any plans? You should come back with us," LV Chilian asked. Chun Xiang looked at the luminous pearl at the top of the stone room and thought for a while before saying, "I still need to stay here for a period of time. This is the heaven realm. It contains a lot of treasures and precious herbs. Then you have to be careful." LV Chilian pinched his face tightly. Her voice was filled with gentleness and gentleness. Little Lizzie winked at him and smiled mischievously. "Don't die. If you lose a little demon like you in the 9 heavens, you will become lifeless and lifeless. In order to see little Lizzie and your mistress, I will definitely live." Chun Xiang laughed. You guys must be careful on the way back. LV Chilian and little Lizzie had already left. They had already realized the terror of this heaven realm. Chun Xiang had searched the memories of an old berserk lion and understood the heaven realm. Furthermore, he had traveled alone and his concealing skills were strong, so he believed that there shouldn't be much of a problem walking around here. Chun Xiang had searched the memories of an old berserk lion and understood the heaven realm. Furthermore, he had traveled alone and his concealing skills were strong, so he believed that there shouldn't be much of a problem walking around here. After LV Chilian and little Lizzie left, he suddenly felt a little lonely. This thing is called holy stone. The holy energy inside is really dense. Chun Xiang took out a piece of silver white stone the size of a brick. They were only a few dozen. According to the old Mad Lion's memories, these holy stone were very precious. They were usually used to reward wild lions with meritorious services. Even if the wild lion princess or the wild lion emperor wanted them, they wouldn't be easily rewarded. There's very pure, holy energy inside. According to the old ferocious lion's memories, this place is only the outermost area of the realm of flame heaven. Holy stone are very rare outside, but there are a lot more inside. Chun Xiang gently caressed the holy stone. He used his spirit chi to absorb a bit of the holy spirit chi inside, then took a deep breath. This thing can help me quickly raise my cultivation. Looks like I can reach the intermediate stage, Immortal King here. He stayed in this secret room for more than 10 days and gathered a large amount of drunk deep powder S before he began to walk deeper. Although this was the weakest place outside, there were many groups of beasts here. The kings of the beasts were holy beasts, and although these holy beasts were not as strong as the white tiger, they were extremely strong for Chun Xiang. He understood that the beasts here were very hostile towards humans. This was because the strongest region in the realm of flame heaven was ruled by humans. However, Chun Xiang suspected that the humans here did not really like people from the ninth heaven. The humans here must be very strong. They only recognize strong people. And if the humans from the ninth heaven were weak in their eyes, they would only be looked down upon. Chun Xiang became a bird and carefully flew in the air. This kind of small animal would usually not be attacked, unless one was very unlucky and met with some bored and despicable person. He flew for a few days, traversing a very large river along the way. It took him half a day to get there. The river was very fast that day, so it was a sight to behold from high above. Occasionally he would see some huge beasts leap out of the river, causing waves. Along the way, most of the beasts he met were huge beasts. After he crossed that large river, many beasts were smaller in size, just a little bigger than normal beasts. Not to mention the mountainous beasts from before. Even some immortal beastess from the ninth heaven were much bigger than those beasts. Strange, there is such a huge difference between the two sides of this river. The group of blue tigers below feel even smaller than the wild beasts I killed when I was young. As Chun Xiang flew in the air, he saw a group of blue-colored ferocious tigers on the ground, running wildly through the spa. R.S.E. forest. The trees in this forest could be considered relatively large, but they were separated by a great distance, so from high up in the sky, they could see the gaps between the trees. This group of tigers is chasing a person. Long Shui said, I saw it. This guy's speed is so fast. I have to say, although that group of tigers is small, their speed and strength are very strong. Chun Xiang saw an elder wearing a black robe fleeing in a sorry state. This old man's running posture is a bit familiar. Chun Xiang was suddenly shocked. Could it be my master? Chun Xiang increased his speed and could only barely catch up. If he had slowed down a little, he would have lost a long time ago. This crazy old man runs really fast. It must be him. Didn't he come in with Big Senior? It's a bit strange. Did you notice it? Long Shui asked. Yes, there are no energy fluctuations. They are all using the power of the fleshly body. Chun Xiang frowned. What's going on? Chun Xiang dove down. When he was very close to the ground, he suddenly seemed to have entered a barrier. He immediately turned back into his human form and struck out with his fist, releasing a large amount of saint force. However, the moment the saint force left his body, it immediately dissipated. As I thought, any energy that is used here will be absorbed. This might be the true form of the realm of flame heaven. The absorbed energy might converge somewhere. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang landed on the ground and took in a deep breath. I didn't expect Master to be so amazing. Even if you don't use the energy in your body, you can still run so fast. Chun Xiang started running wildly on the ground. Although he could not use his energy, he could use his divine power, so he was not too worried about the problem of him running for his life. With the help of the shrinking step, Chun Xiang ran very quickly and quickly caught up to the group of blue tigers. The moment the tigers noticed him, they immediately turned around and pounced over, but they were all avoided by him. Brat! When Huang Jintian saw Chun Xiang, he shouted in pleasant surprise, I knew you would come to this place, hee. What are you laughing at? Come and help us. These beasts are too annoying. Chun Xiang punched out with both of his fists, hitting the tiger that was pouncing towards him. However, those tigers were all very strong. Even after receiving his heavy punch, they only roared a few times, stood up and pounced towards him once again. Seeing Chun Xiang take out the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, Huang Jintian immediately shouted, Don't kill them, otherwise we will be in deep trouble. Why? Chun Xiang only used the back of his blade to hit them, but did not kill them. But the pain made the tigers howl out. These are just a group of small tigers. The blue tiger tribe has a saint beast. If one dies, then the saint blue tiger will personally make a move. We just need to think of a way to get rid of them. Huang Jintian immediately explained, We are here to make money, not to eat meat. Be careful. Chun Xiang took out the weaker destruction ice seal Dan, jumped into the air, and threw it towards the ground, then shouted, Run! Huang Jintian could immediately tell that the ball Chun Xiang threw was powerful. He immediately ran, then felt a burst of cold qi approaching him from behind. He turned his head to look and saw a large patch of ice land behind him. Those tigers won't die. They can leave once the ice melts. Chun Xiang said as he followed Huang Jintian and ran off. Where's eldest senior brother? Aren't you with them? Chun Xiang asked. They went back. Although the strength of the couple is pretty good, it's not enough for them to stay here. Even the old ghost of Divine Sword Palace was almost killed. Huang Jintian sighed. It seems that the only ones who dare to go deep in here are the two of us. Chun Xiang asked in shock. You guys also encountered a strong herd of beasts. Don't mention it. We've met a bunch of bird people who can go up to the heavens and dig holes in the earth. We're so unlucky. Just a single encounter, and we've already suffered so many casualties. Huang Jintian sighed. Just as Chun Xiang understood, there were many strong beast herds in the heaven realm. There were large numbers of them both inside and outside, and the deepest area was controlled by a group of strong humans and beasts. Just as Chun Xiang understood, there were many strong beast herds in the heaven realm. There were large numbers of them both inside and outside, and the deepest area was controlled by a group of strong humans and beasts. It's a good thing that we met Ice Dragon Race. They are really the most reliable. We used a strong frost power to freeze those aviants and then escape together. Ice Dragon Race is stronger, although there were a few serious injuries, but none of them died. Huang Jintian said again, What about the casualties among the other forces? Chun Xiang asked. He was very curious about the situation with the Fire Divine Palace and the other big powers. I don't know. If we meet a herd of beasts or a holy beast, they will most likely be wiped out. I heard that the hundreds of Flowers Palace's army was annihilated and all of them died. Only the father and daughter of the Phoenix King can survive. Chun Xiang guessed that Huang Jintian had met Imperial Feather Race. Otherwise, he would not have known about it so clearly. Master, then how did you survive? Chun Xiang asked. Do I look like the kind of person who would be killed so easily? Huang Jintian looked at him in annoyance. If you can survive, then I can as well. You didn't come here without a hitch, did you? Nope, I met a saint beast. Because it was strong, I took some time to kill it. Chunxiang said lightly. Huang Jintian slapped his head hard. Don't brag about it. This isn't something you can brag about easily. Don't take me for an idiot. Humph, I'll take out the evidence. Do you want to call me Grandpa or not? Chunxiang snorted. Nope. Huang Jintian was shocked. All right, I believe you. Show me the evidence. The two of them stopped in their tracks as Chunxiang took out a sealed beast core and laughed. This is a beast core from a holy beast. Then he took out another piece of sacred armor. This was the piece of the wild lion emperor's armor, and it was the size of a blanket. Huang Jintian used a dagger to stab it. He frowned. This quality is indeed holy beast, but this holy beast seems to be very young. Yes, it's a small saint beast. I killed it. Chunxiang kept the piece of holy armor. Hey, that saint beast should be huge. It's as big as a plate of armor. You must have a lot more bones and flesh. Don't you want to show me some respect? Huang Jintian reprimanded. You don't know how to respect your teacher at all. I used drunk Ji, demagical poison, so I can't take any flesh. Chunxiang laughed. Master, since you are so powerful, you will definitely be able to hunt holy beasts yourself. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, Huang Jintian cursed in a low voice. Give me 10 pieces and a bone. Fine. Chunxiang placed it inside a storage bag and gave it to him. Huang Jintian laughed and patted his head. Since you have the drunk D-powder, then we should use this as an opportunity to kill some demonic beasts. If we, the master and disciple combined, we will definitely be able to kill 1 or 2 of them. Chunxiang said, If there's a good opportunity, I would naturally want to take action. But to be honest, Master, what are you here for? Huang Jintian took out a silver white rock and said seriously, I caught a half-dead beast man and got this from him. Then he told me that there are a lot of these things here. I know, this is the holy stone. I also came for this. Chunxiang also took out a piece. It was as big as a brick, but Huang Jintian's piece was only a little. There's no justice. How did you make it so big? Do you know that your holy stone can be exchanged for a gigantic mountain of spiritual crystal? Huang Jintian looked at the holy stone in Chunxiang's hands silently. These things are what the immortal becoming realm needs the most. With this, it can be raised even faster. Then we'll look for these holy stone. We'll split the profits, 50/50ths. Chunxiang said, No problem. Chunxiang and Huang Jintian clapped their hands and laughed. Go and get rich. The two of them continued on their journey. They had no destination, so they decided to head to some big mountains and rocky areas. In those places, it would be easier to find the holy stone's mines. Master, I used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search the memories of a holy beast and found out that there was a group of extremely powerful humans and beasts in the heaven realm. Chunxiang continued, You won't tell others the secret that I possess the soul-absorbing devil spell, right? Huang Jintian said, You little demon, when did I reveal your secret? If there really is a group of extremely powerful humans in the depths of this heavenly region, then that group of humans is very likely to be related to the matter of the 10 Heavens' Supreme Lord. It had always been a secret, but Chunxiang had already heard from many big shots that this was a power from another higher realm. Will these guys move out again and head for the 9th day? With how powerful they are here, there shouldn't be any problem for them to rule the 9th day with their strength. Chunxiang said, There are holy stone everywhere. It's enough for them to rule here. But if they are too strong, threatening their rule here, then they will have to intervene. Do you see, now that group of experts from the 9th heaven have arrived at this place, they are as weak as a group of lambs. With just a few steps, they have already been exterminated. Huang Jintian sneered. If it was that group of people from back then, or during the 9 emperors and 5 venerables' complete victory period, then we might really be able to take down this place and fight over the rich cultivation resources here. Qinxiang said, "It seems that we should keep a low profile in case we get killed." Huang Jintian nodded. And I don't know if it's possible to go deeper in to take a look. It should be the place with the most treasures. Although there was a limit to the energy inside, there was no spiritual energy inside. Both Huang Jintian and Long Shui suddenly felt a large group of things approaching from all directions. They were still in the forest, and being surrounded like this showed that they had stepped into the territory of a horde of beasts. "Let's get rid of them before we lure the sacred beasts out." Huang Jintian looked at Qinxiang. "Do you still have that kind of thing?" But not much. Qinxiang took out a destructive ice sealdan. "If we do this, we might lure out a sacred beast. This is their territory. Let's run first. If we can't, we'll throw them away." Huang Jintian continued to run. Not long after, a large group of gray wolves suddenly ran over. Although they looked no different from ordinary wolves, Qinxiang felt that they were the strongest wolf he had ever encountered. Seeing that wolves were blocking their path in front, Qinxiang and Huang Jintian immediately flew over. At this time, a few gray wolves that were slightly larger than them pounced over like lightning. With just the strength of their bodies, they were already so terrifying, causing Qinxiang and Huang Jintian to be shocked. And Huang Jintian's reactions were very fast. They kicked away the 2 wolves, jumped over the pack of wolves, and continued to run madly in the forest. And Huang Jintian's reactions were very fast. They kicked away the 2 wolves, jumped over the pack of wolves, and continued to run madly in the forest. These wolves are not easy to deal with. Quickly throw out those ice ALLS, and you will be caught. Huang Jintian had thought that killing a few would give him a taste of wolf meat, and more so made him want to kill 1 or 2 holy beasts. However, this group of wolves were much stronger than the previous group of blue tigers. Under the situation where they were unable to use the innate qi in their bodies, it was difficult for them to do so. Qinxiang took out a small ice seal dan and shouted, "Jump high!" He threw the annihilation ice seal dan behind him, then jumped into the air with Huang Jintian while the group of gray wolves below were already sealed by ice. Qinxiang and Huang Jintian had gotten rid of the pack of wolves, but they did not relax because of this, because they did not know how many more of these beasts existed in the forest. This heavenly realm is truly strange. After crossing this river, there is a world of difference. Especially for those beasts, they cannot use elemental energy, but their bodies are extremely terrifying. I wonder just how strong these saint beasts are. Huang Jintian said, "If it's a holy beast, it should also rely on the power of the fleshly body. If my flesh body had that kind of power, my drunk magical poison would be useless. That guy is too scary. It's best not to meet him." When Qinxiang thought about those beasts that could rely on their bodies to obtain the power of the holy level, he could not help but feel chills down his spine. Huang Jintian ran frantically while looking at the sky. I don't know if the strange barrier here thinks that we can only rely on the power of the fleshly body to seal the elemental energy, but this is our weakness. "Master, are you afraid?" Qinxiang laughed. "I'm not afraid. I know that your physical body is very strong, but don't be too complacent. I'm not weak either." Huang Jintian snorted. Qinxiang and Huang Jintian became very careful and observed their surroundings carefully along the way. Whenever they saw any traces of beasts, they would analyze it and then go around it. After a few days, they finally said through this vast forest and arrived at a large mountain range. "Does this look like a place with holy stone?" Qinxiang looked carefully at the desolate mountains around him. On top of them were weathered giant rocks. This mountain range that spanned several kilometers was devoid of any life. It looked lifeless and lifeless. Even if there is, it would be hard to find. It seems that you need a bit more time. Do you have any special methods to find these heavenly treasures? Huang Jintian asked. Looking at the boundless mountain and sea, he felt his head hurt. Chunxiang shook his head. No, I thought you did. Don't you have some heaven extended method? Can you calculate it with that? If I could, I'd be rich. Huang Jintian sighed. Are we just going to look around blindly? So now you're rich. Chunxiang looked at him with contempt. Master, don't tell me you don't have some skills in this aspect. I'm not going to waste words with you. Let's go in and look. Huang Jintian immediately entered the mountains. The sky was dark and night was approaching quickly. Chunxiang had no other choice, but he had a direction and said, Master, if there really is a holy stoness here, there should be a herd of beasts there. That's right, although it's impossible to use attribute energy, absorbing the holy energy from the holy stone can strengthen our bodies, especially for those holy beasts. So we have to go find the beasts. Huang Jintian nodded his head. It's just that it's going to be very dangerous. If there were a few holy beasts, we might just die. If you're afraid of death, then hurry back. Chunxiang laughed. He was not worried at all. He did not believe that Huang Jintian would be that weak. He dared to barge in alone. He must definitely have something to rely on. Furthermore, his strength had always been a mystery in Chunxiang's eyes. Entering deep into the mountains, it was already night. In the heaven realm, there were also the sun, moon, and stars. Chunxiang thought that this heaven realm wouldn't be able to break free from the stellar transposition of heaven and earth. The stars in the sky were exceptionally bright, as if they were very close to those stars. Some of the stars even looked very big, like pearls hanging in the sky. The countless, beautiful stars in the sky dazzled everyone's eyes. Chunxiang and Huang Jintian strolled aimlessly in the deep mountains, looking for the traces of beasts at the same time. The sky was bright, and Huang Jintian had discovered something right after dawn. He had found the traces left behind by a few beasts, and they were all on the flat ground beneath a mountain. Look at these footprints. They look like sheep's footprints. They're not big. Could they be goats? Chunxiang said, It should be right, and there are only a few of them. It looks like they are out on patrol. Let's follow these footprints and see if we can find the lair of that herd of beasts. Huang Jintian was excited as he followed the footprints. Goat beast. I wonder if it's powerful or not. Chunxiang muttered a few words, then followed along. Huang Jintian was walking in front and didn't stop until noon because there were suddenly no more footprints. What's going on? Could it be that these guys can't fly? Huang Jintian carefully looked around, but he couldn't find any traces at all. Maybe he was captured by the birds in the sky. Chunxiang picked up a feather. This black feather was very long and very stiff. It should be a type of huge and powerful bird. Flying in the air is also very dangerous. Huang Jintian received the feather and sighed. Just as they were about to cut off the clues, they suddenly heard a faint cry coming from afar. Those smelly birds should be over there. Let's go take a look. Huang Jintian immediately became spirited and quickly ran over. After that roar, there was another roar. Aha, that's great. It should be two powerful saint beasts fighting. Let's go watch. Huang Jintian laughed happily. Huang Jintian ran in front excitedly. He told Long Shui to pay attention to his surroundings so that he could follow carefully behind Huang Jintian. When they got closer, the commotion became even more intense, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The mountains shook and trembled, and boulders tumbled down. Huang Jintian and Chunxiang were at the top of a tall mountain, looking at the battle that was stirred up by the dust. They did not see what was happening inside, but they had already determined that it was a battle between two holy beasts. Otherwise, there would not be such a large commotion. One should be a bird. The other doesn't look like a goat. Just as Huang Jintian finished speaking, a big fellow whose entire body was covered in blood ran out frantically. Behind him followed a youth who was only wearing shorts. The big man ran very quickly, and with a swoosh he said through several large mountains. The young man could also follow closely behind, and with a leap, he threw the big man onto the ground. He sat on the big man's back and swung his fists at the big man's head. This is a fight between saint beasts. It looks just like a fight between thugs. Huang Jintian frowned. Without a doubt, these two were saint beasts. Their bodies were extremely strong, and their strength was terrifying as well. Every time the youth punched out, the force emitted from his fists would shake the earth. Without a doubt, these two were saint beasts. Their bodies were extremely strong, and their strength was terrifying as well. Every time the youth punched out, the force emitted from his fists would shake the earth. Why are these guys so primitive? They don't even have proper clothes and aren't even as fas. Plus oneable as those holy beasts outside. Chunxiang said, the wild lion emperor and his children that he had met all dressed quite well, but the two holy beasts in front of them were like barbarians. I understand. These holy beasts were originally like this. They have yet to integrate into the human society. Perhaps the deepest region of the heavenly realm is the civilized society, and this is only the wilderness. They are even restricted by a powerful barrier. Huang Jintian said, in other words, this place is the wilderness of our human world, specially used for hunting. Chunxiang took a deep breath. That's right. These saint beasts should be rather precious prey. Huang Jintian nodded his head. Seems like the youth is more powerful than the big-sized man. Chunxiang nodded his head. The big-sized man had escaped after being beaten, but he was still chased by the young man. Now that he was beaten badly, he was completely restrained by the young man. We're going to be beaten to death. If only we could go collect the corpses. Huang Jintian was ready to make his move, but he knew that he could not beat the teenager. Although he looked like a teenager, the teenager's body was like a holy beast. Just like that, the big man was knocked unconscious by the youth's fists. His head was already split open, and following that, the youth ruthlessly stepped on the big man's body. It wasn't until the burly man turned into a giant black hawk that the youth stopped. He actually didn't want the corpse, making Huang Jintian and Chunxiang extremely happy. Just as Chunxiang and Huang Jintian were planning on how to get the giant hawk's corpse, the young man suddenly looked over. Although the distance between them was still more than 3 kilometers, the young man's murderous gaze still made Chunxiang and Huang Jintian feel a chill on their backs. We've been discovered, hurry up and run. Huang Jintian secretly sighed. Just as he was about to run, the young man had already jumped over. Just as Chunxiang and Huang Jintian turned around and took a few steps forward, their bodies were struck by a heavy palm. You are a human. This young man actually understood human language. Looking at Chunxiang and Huang Jintian who were lying on the ground, he frowned. You two are so weak. The young man had short hair, thick eyebrows, and a handsome face. His skin was dark, and his eyes were slightly green. He looked like a cat. Sorry, we accidentally entered your territory. We didn't do it on purpose. We were just curious and wanted to take a look. Chunxiang anxiously said, because the young man did not have any intention to kill. This is not my territory. There is no need to apologize. The youth said, you guys are not humans from Tiandu. It's impossible for humans from Tiandu to be that weak. I was only nudging you a little just now. Chunxiang and Huang Jintian both stood up, feeling great shock in their hearts. That was only a light push, but in their eyes, it was a very terrifying strike. The sky is where the humans gather. Huang Jintian asked. That's right. There's a very strong celestial emperor there. He's a human. His strength is very strong, and the humans there are all very strong. The youth nodded. Where did you all come from? This holy beast youth did not have any malicious intent, allowing Chunxiang and Huang Jintian to heave a sigh of relief. Chunxiang explained, we come from the 9th day. You probably haven't heard of it. The youth said, I've heard of the 9 heavens great world, right? Many years ago, it was a prosperous world. However, it declined, and now it should be gradually recovering. However, it will still take a long time. How do you know all this? Huang Jintian asked curiously. You went to that sky capital. I've never been there. The only way for me to get in is to die. They will kill me and take my beast core. The youth shook his head. This kind of strong holy beast. Only death awaited them when they entered. And Huang Jintian did not dare believe it. Don't you want to go and take a look? Or perhaps kill one or two of the experts inside? Qin Xiang asked. I think, but not now. The youth sighed. Every once in a while, they would send some people to hunt us down. I've caught a few, and I've heard many things from them. The teenager asked, Why did you come here? You guys also want to go to Tindu. I heard that the heavens reject the humans of Nine Heaven World, and they even intend to rule over them. It's not that easy. Nine Heaven World is not weak as well. Are there no beasts in there? Qin Xiang asked. There used to be, but now there's none. All the beasts have been killed. The teenager said, Huang Jintian said, We are here to find this thing. It can help us quickly increase our strength, and it might be useful to you guys. This is a holy stone. There are indeed some here, but most of them are controlled by the humans in Sky Capital. It's not easy for you to think of obtaining them. The youth shook his head. Even if it's us, it would be difficult to H it away from us. The only result is death. Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian were both very surprised. The humans in this place were just too strong. This kind of holy beast was actually afraid of them to death. What's your name, little brother? Huang Jintian asked. Cat. The youth said, I'm just a wild cat. Because my luck is good, I was able to grow to this state. Although the other party was a holy beast, it was not a very fierce one. This made Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian feel a lot more at ease. Qin Xiang took out a sacred animal fruit and handed it over to Mauer. This is for you. Consider this as a little gift. Just as Qin Xiang had guessed, this cat liked it a lot. After receiving it, it smelled it and took a bite. Cat, is there any use for that big bird? If it's useless, then sell it to me. I will use the fruit from before to exchange for it. Qin Xiang pointed to the big black hawk in the distance and asked, You guys take it. It's useless for me to come. I don't like meat. And the cat said, previously LV Chilean had given Qin Xiang quite a bit of the spirit liquid that she had condensed. Qin Xiang used a bottle of over 10 sacred animal fruit to give it to Mauer, and then placed the big black hawk into the divine cauldron. The cat was very happy to have gotten a dozen or so sacred animal fruit, and it immediately ate them all. Cat, your strength should be pretty good. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill that big black hawk. Do you have a grudge with that big black hawk? Qin Xiang asked. That big black hawk worked hard for the human race in Tiandu, hunting down wild beasts that were well cooked. After that, I was targeted. He attacked me, so I fought with him. As the cat spoke, he led Qin Xiang towards the distant green mountain. Qin Xiang had a rough understanding of the heavenly realm. On that day, all of them were human beings, and they were very strong, often hunting the strong beasts here. Even the holy beasts were very afraid of those humans. Qin Xiang had a rough understanding of the heavenly realm. On that day, all of them were human beings, and they were very strong, often hunting the strong beasts here. Even the holy beasts were very afraid of those humans. They followed the cat into the lush green mountain forest and entered a cave. The cat lived there, and in order to rope in the powerful cat, Qin Xiang had spent all his capital and would give him some sacred animal fruit from time to time. His sacred animal fruit were too low-leveled, but cats liked to eat them. Only high-leveled sacred animal fruit were useful to cats. This is where I live. I'm considered half a vegetarian beast. Since I can't find a vegetarian food to satisfy my hunger, I also eat meat. Mauer was extremely grateful that Qin Xiang had given him sacred animal fruit to eat, so he treated Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian very well. Huang Jintian said, "Little brother cat, is that holy stone useful to you?" Mauer immediately replied, "It's useful. If I can obtain a large number of holy stone, I can become stronger. You've lived here for so long, you should know that there are these kinds of holy stone. Can you bring us there as long as you take us there?" Chunxiang said. Mauer frowned. "That is the territory of the Heaven Man. They controlled many powerful saint beasts. The ones protecting that place are all very strong. You guys are courting death. You guys can't even beat me." Chunxiang laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. We're not going to fight. We are just going to secretly grab a bit of it and leave. If we can get it, we will give you one of it." Mauer thought about it. He felt that both Chunxiang and Huang Jintian were not simple. Even though they were very weak, they were able to come to this place from the 9th day, and the humans in Sky City, if they were weak, would not even dare to leave Sky Capital. "Okay, but I want to go with you. I don't want you to die. Maybe I can help you when the time comes." The cat thought for a moment and said Chunxiang had already decided that he would go and face some terrifying rancors and holy beasts. He had to make sufficient preparations and let Mauer create a secret room for him in order to refine even more drunk G.O.D. powder. 10 days later, they set out. "Cat, are there goats?" Huang Jintian suddenly thought of the goat footprints he had been following before. "Yes, but it's very weak, but it was very strong in groups. If these goats were alone, they would basically become food. I heard that most of the goats were captured by the G.O.D.S. They should be used to dig holy stone." The cat said, "The beasts here call the people of the heavens the humans of the heavens. The humans here were simply too powerful. If they wanted to steal the holy stone, they had to first observe them, and if they did not have absolute confidence, they would not throw their lives away." A clear and melodious cry suddenly sounded in the air. They had traveled for more than 10 days and were finally about to arrive. Black hawks with St. Claw. Their claws are very powerful. Right now they're patrolling the area, so if they accidentally hide and get discovered, they'll immediately attack. Many saint beasts get attacked when they get near this place. The cat brought Chunxiang and the others and quickly entered a big tree. This large forest was filled with many trees, but in front of them there was a piece of bare land. Dozens of gigantic mountains were covered with dug marks, and the trees on top were all destroyed. "There's no formation." Chunxiang said in a low voice, "It's very troublesome to set up the formation, so they let some of the eagles patrol. They have plenty of these eagles themselves, so they can also catch some of them." Cat replied, "Saint beasts are just too ordinary here. Only the Saint Beast Emperor can contend against the humans in Tindu, but it's very rare. Even if they are used, they won't become enemies with the G.O.D.S. Are there any dragons here?" Chunxiang asked, asking this question on behalf of Long Shui. "There are very few. I've never seen them, but I've heard of them before. They don't appear once every 10,000 years, but they are very powerful. They should be our Beast King." Cat looked at the black hawk in the sky and said in a low voice, "The black hawk has left. Let's continue." Seeing how familiar the cat was with this place, Chunxiang suspected that he had been here before, and not only that, he had come quite a few times. When they were near the Holy Stone Mine, Mauer brought Chunxiang and into a deep crevice. There was a cave inside, and within the cave there were a few vines that could go all the way to the top of the mountain. I once wanted to steal a holy stone, but I didn't do it in the end because I've been here for more than 10 years and have seen too many saint beasts being killed. And the cat said they climbed along the vines and arrived at a stone room near the summit. There were a few holes here where they could observe the holy stones mining area. "Why don't we dig a tunnel in from the bottom? There's no formation here," Chunxiang said. At this time he had a panoramic view of the holy stone mine area, and there were actually some exquisite houses built inside. He did not see anyone, but he did see many goats jumping around in the barren hills inside. "If you are discovered, you will definitely die. You may not have seen the power of those fellows, but after staying here for a few years, you will definitely be able to see how they kill saint beasts." Jian Qin smiled. And the cat said, Qin Xiang told Long Shui to be more careful in order to not get discovered. Long Shui had also made quite a bit of progress, and wouldn't be like the last time when he was discovered by LV Chilian. Through the caves in the stone room, Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian overlooked the holy stone mine area. They had to first observe and then prepare their plan of action. There are 10 of them, and I've already killed one of them. As for Heaven Man, I don't know. They are hiding inside, and it's hard to guard against them. The cat whispered they mainly use some low-level beasts to dig up and find those holy stones. They are very lazy themselves. Qin Xiang asked, "If you were besieged by 9 black eagles, how long would you be able to hold them off for?" The cat thought for a moment. "I'm not sure, but it's fine if I don't die. Maybe I can kill a few of them. The black hawks aren't a threat, mainly because of the people inside." Long Shui had not investigated them thoroughly yet, and he did not know how many of those powerful heaven realm beings were inside. After a few hours, Long Shui finally came to a conclusion. It could be seen that she was extremely careful. There are a total of 6 of them, but they are all very strong. These guys are all people that have Serpa. Said the 9 emperors and 5 venerables, and with their powerful saint armors. They're probably even stronger. No wonder these little saint beasts are so afraid of them. Long Shui was also very surprised. It seems that a lot of the experts in 9 Heaven World are probably in these heaven regions. The powerful humans of Tiandu caused a holy beast like cat to tremble in fear. So Qin Xiang had to be cautious. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. The powerful humans of Tiandu caused a holy beast like cat to tremble in fear. So Qin Xiang had to be cautious. Otherwise, he would be in great danger. We don't even know how many humans there are in the sky, and they are all very cunning. Some of them are even hidden, making it difficult to find them. Mauer said seriously, there were a few holy beasts that joined hands to attack this place, but they have broken through the defense, repelled a few men, and exterminated the enslaved holy beasts. Just as they were about to start digging for the holy stone, a dozen of them suddenly appeared and took them out. Huang Jintian said, "As long as you know how many Heaven Realm people are inside, then everything will be fine." Seeing him say that, Qin Xiang asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Long Shui had yet to investigate the situation inside clearly. He felt that if the Heaven Realm people were to hide, Long Shui would definitely not be able to do so. If he spoke like a cat and asked more than 10 of them suddenly, all 3 of them might not be able to survive. Of course, but it will take some time. Huang Jintian chuckled. In the past, there were a few people who chased after you and used some ancient methods to calculate your position. I also know this method. The only difference now is I want to calculate how many people are inside. That counts. Previously, I told you to go and calculate where the holy stone was. But didn't you say that you couldn't calculate it? Huang Jintian patted his head. That's a holy stone, and there's not a single direction to go. Now I know a range and use the heaven extended method to calculate how many creatures there are, to calculate how long those guys can live. So this is relatively easier. You guys wait here, I need some time. Came over to his side and asked, "Mauer, do you want to leave this place and take a look at 9 Heaven World?" "I don't want to. That place isn't suitable for me." Cat shook his head. "My goal is to enter Tiandu. There is a deep ground at the center that is very suitable for increasing my strength. That place originally belonged to the beasts like us." Qin Xiang asked, "The humans here are all outsiders or are all native to this place?" The cat was silent for a moment, as if thinking, "I'm not sure." In short, a long time ago, humans and beasts were allowed to cultivate in that sacred land. But then, for some unknown reason, they were chased away and a great war broke out. Many saint beast emperors were either seriously injured or killed. Qin Xiang suddenly felt that this might be related to the changes in the 10 heavens Supreme Lord during that era. He continued to ask, "Can you tell me the specifics?" I don't know. Those are just legends. In the Qingyan realm, only those beasts with inherited memories know about it. Chan Xiang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly shouted. Chun Xiang and Mauer immediately looked over and saw that Huang Jintian's body was actually covered with a red glow, looking extremely evil. The Heaven Extended Method was also a divine arts and only existed in legends. There was a big drawback to using the Heaven Extended Method, and that was that his lifespan would be shortened, but Huang Jintian was from undead race and had an unlimited lifespan. Thus, he could use the Heaven Extended Method to pry into the secrets of heaven without restraint. Qin Xiang and Mauer both looked at Huang Jintian with wide eyes. Huang Jintian gave a low shout, and a blood-red fog suddenly appeared above his head. It started to spin slowly, forming a red 8-trigram diagram with specks of starlight on it. This is the Heaven Extended Method? Qin Xiang muttered. That's right. Look at his master, crazily losing his lifespan. After absorbing his lifespan, the yin-yang birds above his head are gradually becoming stronger. Long Shui said. Cat took a deep breath. Is he committing suicide? His life force is being drained from him. The scarlet and evil array formation above Huang Jintian's head slowly rotated, and in the middle of the array was a relatively large red bead. Just as Qin Xiang and Mauer were still in shock, the red ball suddenly broke open, turning into a blood-red eye. When the eye opened, a red light shot out. Huang Jintian immediately raised his head, his eyes also shooting out a red light which connected with the red light of the array eye. Was extremely worried, but this situation continued for a few more hours, and Huang Jintian was still fine. He felt a lot more at ease. Huang Jintian also had a lot of methods, but Chun Xiang felt that he still wasn't very familiar with his own master. For example, Huang Jintian was from the Devil Killing Summit, was also very strong, knew a lot of secrets, and no matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like a simple person. After an entire day and night had passed, said, Qin Xiang and Mao were both staring at Huang Jintian. The blood-red heaven's divination formation suddenly exploded, turning into a red fog that dissipated. Huang Jintian laid on the ground with his eyes wide open, looking somewhat sinister. Master, did you figure something out? Qin Xiang asked. There are a total of 15 people. 8 of them are hidden in secret rooms to train, and the other 7 are in some of the buildings on the outside. After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and started snoring. Long Shui withdrew the divine soul he released and said, I found 3 people. I never thought that there would be so many people hiding inside. I wonder what kind of position this kind of person has in the capital now. Cat is the man of heaven that came to guard this place high up in the sky. Chun Xiang was also very curious about this. If its status was very low, but it had such a strong power, then it meant that the humans inside the sky capital were just too strong. Mauer said, Look at the heavenly beings guarding the Holy Stone Mine. Most of them are of very high status because they are equivalent to having the power to cover the sky with one hand. Even if they were to take a large amount of holy stone, no one would know about it. Qin Xiang felt that it was true as well. After all, this was a fat job, and if one had status and strength, they would definitely use all means possible to fight for it, then bring a group of trusted aides and the like. It would be great if we could find the one that's strong. It seems like it's very difficult to get holy stone from this mining site. Qin Xiang frowned. He looked at the place where they were dug up, which was now filled with holes, and was extremely unwilling. Huang Jintian could have slept for 4 hours. He took out a piece of paper and described the mining grounds. Then he marked the locations of the hidden spots of the Heaven Realm people, and they were actually hiding in the mountains. They should be cultivating behind closed doors. They have a large number of holy stone and will definitely make good use of them. They only have a limited amount of time to look after the mines. Huang Jintian said, the places where these 8 people have cultivated in seclusion are all inside the caves, so there aren't any formations or anything of the sort. We will first take care of them, then deal with the 7 outside. Huang Jintian looked at Qin Xiang because only Qin Xiang's drunk magical poison could do this, but there was still a huge risk. Cat looked at the area where the sky people were, shaking his head, and said, "Let's go. We have no chance of winning at all. Once we alert one of them, the other sky people will know. We won't be able to survive if they join forces with just 2 or 3 of us." Cat looked at the area where the sky people were, shaking his head, and said, "Let's go. We have no chance of winning at all. Once we alert one of them, the other sky people will know. We won't be able to survive if they join forces with just 2 or 3 of us. Don't worry without absolute confidence. We won't send you to your death. If you want to go, we'll go too." Huang Jintian said, "We plan to kill them one by one." Qin Xiang nodded his head. Those 8 who have hidden themselves for closed-door training should not appear all year round and only appear in times of danger. This is a good thing for us. Huang Jintian laughed. "You really plan to take action. Do you need my help?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "No need. I'm fine by myself. I need a large number of drunk God flower, so I will need you to use this time to observe the movements of the sky realm people." In order to obtain a large amount of holy stone, Qin Xiang was willing to give it his all. Furthermore, he wasn't going to throw his life away. Even if he was discovered, he could still escape. Mauer did not know about Qin Xiang and Huang Jintian's plans, but he was not too concerned about it. Qin Xiang was refining his drunk powder at a place far away from Huang Jintian and the cat, because this time the target of the poison was those sky people. Qin Xiang did not know the power of those sky people, so he could only deduce it from the cat's description. In order to have enough drunk powder, Qin Xiang spent 3 months to prepare it. Huang Jintian and Mauer were not in a hurry either, and they also needed to investigate the movements of the sky men guarding outside. Seeing that Qin Xiang had come out, Huang Jintian did not waste any words and directly said, "We have almost finished our investigations. Of the 8 people that went into closed-door training, these 3 have not moved, and the other 7 are respectively guarding at 7 different locations with some distance between them. If we were to quietly remove one of them, it should not attract the attention of the others. If you're going to get it, you have to be very careful." Huang Jintian said, "I understand. If I make a move and something happens to me, all of you should leave immediately. Don't think about saving me or worry too much about me. I have a way to protect myself." Qin Xiang seriously warned Huang Jintian and Mauer. Huang Jintian and Mauer both nodded their heads. "Don't just agree, you must catch them. Otherwise, you will all die. Do not doubt my ability to escape." Qin Xiang said. He was more worried that Huang Jintian would go and save him if something happened to him. Afterwards, Huang Jintian told Qin Xiang in detail about the movements of the 7 people guarding outside. One of them should be the leader, because that person did not need to walk around, but would occasionally come out to take a look. Furthermore, their position was pretty good. Qin Xiang thought about it again in his mind. After confirming the locations of those heavenly people, he started to move, turning into a bird, and entered the mining area at night. These few days, Long Shui had also observed that, in the Holy Stone Mine, she had discovered some small animals or something of the sort. Therefore, when Qin Xiang became those small animals, he would not be discovered. According to Huang Jintian's description, those people were very lazy. They only came out once in a while to collect the holy stone S. Other than that, they did not pay much attention to the matters outside and handed over the matters of guarding the mines to the sacred claw eagles. The people that harvested the holy stone were all a group of beasts that had yet to take form. They were all enslaved by those heavenly people, and all of them were very obedient. Those that were disobedient had already died. Borrowing the starlight from the night sky, he could see that there was a very large ravine between 2 mountain peaks, and below it there were many beasts. All of them were digging around the mud people, and when Qin Xiang found the holy stone, they would be caught on both sides of the ravine. With just a glance, Chen Xiang could see that there were over 10 bigger ones, but he did not take them because it was very easy to find them. Seems like holy stone are very rare. After digging for an entire day, there are only about 10 or so of them. Long Shui said, "These holy stones should be very important to those heavenly people." Chun Xiang was crawling towards the closest man, who was inside a cave in the middle of a mountain. When he was near the cave, he became a small flying insect. It was the most common flying insect here. This way, it would not arouse any suspicion and he would fly into the cave. The cave was rather simple and crude, but it was very quiet inside. Absorbing Holy Spirit Chi here was also not bad, because this was the heart of a mountain. The mountain could cultivate and absorb Holy Spirit Chi, so this was the best location. Thinking about this, Chun Xiang remembered that the mountain spirit in the chaotic mountain was a very magical spirit body. Chun Xiang entered the depths of the cave and saw the so-called Heaven Man. It was a middle-aged man. His body was covered in dust. As though he was sleeping, he was breathing evenly, and around him there were tens of dark-colored holy stones. He was absorbing the energy from the holy stone. He must have been sitting here for many years, not moving at all. Chun Xiang exclaimed in his heart. This person's current cultivation state was the best. Even Chun Xiang was a little envious. These past few days, they had been extremely confident. They firmly believed that no one would come and disturb them, which was why they were so at ease in their cultivation here. Chun Xiang did not have a good impression of the people in the past few days. He felt that the people here had always suppressed the 9 heaven world, preventing it from growing up and threatening their situation. In order for her to absorb a large amount of drunk Ji, magical poison in one go, Chun Xiang compressed a large amount of drunk Ji, powder into rice-sized pills. At this time, he took out 2 and placed them into her mouth and nose, and she took a deep breath and swallowed them. Then he opened his eyes. A large number of drunk Ji, powder were compressed to the size of a grain of rice. It was an extremely refined drunk Ji, magical poison, and its poison was extremely terrifying. In order to prevent the heavens from using divine sense to send out messages, he immediately appeared. He took out the divine cauldron and placed the heavens inside. The divine cauldron itself was a very good seal. Whoever was sealed inside it could not communicate with the outside world, and Chun Xiang did not kill this person either. "I've settled one." Chun Xiang gasped for breath. He found it hard to believe. He did not expect to easily kill one of them. Yes, this guy was hit by a large number of drunk Ji, magical poison, and was unable to break it apart in a short period of time. However, they might have other methods, so you have to be careful. Long Shui warned, "It's all right, they're all inside the divine furnace. It won't be easy for them to come out with something like that." Chun Xiang was more confident about the D furnace Lord Haas, because the fire ravens that had been locked down were still fine. Right now, Chun Xiang felt that those super old poison were terrifying. The fewer he had, the more terrifying he would be. The drunk magical poison are really powerful. They can even defeat the people from the past few days. Chun Xiang laughed in his heart, although those heavenly people were powerful, but in his eyes they were like stupid pigs. Of course, even DS can be put down, let alone these people. Bai Yu said, "If you have the time, you better try to see if you can help those drunk D flower level up. If you can create higher level drunk D flower, maybe you won't need to refine so many in the future." Chun Xiang also had the same idea. He decided to try it out in the future. He did not take away the holy stone in the cave because it had already been used. Moreover, it would attract his attention, and if he was too greedy, it might cause his efforts to fail. After leaving the cave, Chun Xiang turned into a bird and flew towards another mountain. There were still 7 more things that he needed to settle. If these powerful Empyrean knew that the person who plotted against them was only a little kid, they would probably go crazy from anger. In the beginning, he did not have much confidence, because those were heaven men who could kill holy beasts after all. They would definitely be very cautious, but he did not expect that all of them would sleep like pigs and be thrown into the spirit cauldron the same way. The most difficult ones would be the ones that he would have to deal with. Those that he could deal with were those that had not yet entered their best state of cultivation, so they would remain clear-headed. Chun Xiang followed Huang Jintian's investigations and arrived at a farthest place from the other heaven. There was a small courtyard there, and the houses inside were made of stone. It was night now, but the interior of the house was lit up. Chun Xiang, who had transformed into a little bug, flew in through the window. Inside, there was a young man sitting on the bed, circulating his qi to cultivate, which made Chun Xiang extremely happy. Previously, Huang Jintian had also said that these people stayed in the house all day, but he never expected that they were cultivating. In this kind of wilderness, other than training, they have nothing else to do. Moreover, this is the best way to kill time. Long Shui said, but we still have to be careful. Yes. Chun Xiang released 2 pellets that the drunk Ji, powder condensed out and shot it into the young man's nose. What surprised Chun Xiang was that, just as he bounced out, the man opened his eyes. However, the 2 pills had already entered his nose, and they were even sucked into his mouth. This will alarm him. That was close. Chun Xiang saw that the man's face was filled with shock and anger as he collapsed on the bed. I have to finish it tonight. Otherwise, I won't have another chance. Chun Xiang seized this opportunity and took action, as he was getting closer and closer to success, causing him to be excited. In the middle of the night, in the mining area, there were thousands of beasts digging, making all kinds of noises. The forest around the mining area was filled with all kinds of birds and beasts, and from time to time, there would be a few sacred claw-black hawks flying in the sky. Chun Xiang had heard the cat talk about it before. Those sacred claw-black hawks had been protecting the mine for many years, and nothing had happened. There were 6 people left to deal with, and time was also a little tight, causing Chun Xiang's heart to become a little tiered. Huang Jintian and Mauer, who were waiting outside, saw that Chun Xiang had not made any movements, even after such a long time, so their hearts became a lot more at ease. Because there were no movements, which meant that Chun Xiang's stealth was progressing smoothly. Huang Jintian and Mauer, who were waiting outside, saw that Chun Xiang had not made any movements, even after such a long time, so their hearts became a lot more at ease. Because there were no movements, which meant that Chun Xiang's stealth was progressing smoothly. Chun Xiang's progress could be considered smooth, as he had met many heavenly beings in his previous life, and they were all cultivating. Although 2 of them detected danger, they were still struck by Chun Xiang's drunk magical poison, and were ultimately taken into the divine cauldron by Chun Xiang. Now there was only one more. Even if this one failed, Chun Xiang didn't think that it would be a problem. Of course, success was for the best, so there was no need to directly clash with heaven. What made Chun Xiang disappointed was that there was not a single woman inside, only a few men. And the 8 people that were hiding in the cave were stronger overall and looked older in appearance. The ones that were guarding the outside were all young men. The last one was actually a young man. This kid should be the weakest, right? Chun Xiang said, he who had turned into a fly, had already flown in through the gap below the door. Inside, there was a handsome young man sitting on a table, the floor, and chairs beside him were filled with dim silver white stones. The people who are guarding this place can use these holy stone without restraint. No wonder people say that only powerful people can come to this place. This is indeed a good place. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang inserted 2 intoxication pills into the youth's nose. Just as he was about to succeed, the youth suddenly opened his eyes, turned his head, and avoided the 2 pills. Who is it? Poison, the youth immediately shouted, before looking at the 2 pills on the ground. He did not immediately recognize them as strange poison. Chun Xiang secretly cursed in his heart. He was just a bit away from succeeding. He had already expected such a situation to happen, so he had a backup plan. The youth stood where he was, not moving as he looked around vigilantly. He felt that the thing that had done this to him was within the room. "Brat, take this." Chun Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. Using the power of the ancient code, he had a large basin of water suddenly fall on top of the youth's head. That youth was indeed very strong, but he didn't expect the youth to splash him with water. After he was drenched, he activated his martial arts and completely evaporated the water on his body. Seeing this scene, Chun Xiang's heart blossomed with a smile, because the water contained a large amount of drunk God powder S, and the liquid was refined by him. At this moment, with the addition of the heat from the opponent, the water vapor would become even more poisonous, and all the poison would be absorbed into his body. He wanted to shout for someone to save him, but he did not expect that he would be so weak that he could not even speak. When he wanted to use his spiritual sense, someone threw him into a dark place, and he felt a dozen or so familiar auras from them. He was suddenly terrified because they were all people from the heavens who were guarding the mine with him. After taking care of the Skyman, the next thing to do was to take care of the 9 black eagles in the sky. He took out a piece of jade and sent a message to Huang Jintian to let Cat take care of the black eagles. Cat had already observed them before, so when he made his move, he only used a sneak attack, just like how Chun Xiang used his sneak attack on the Sky Realm people. Cat had killed one of the sacred claw eagles before, so if he were to launch a sneak attack now, it would be easier for him to get away with it. He would be killed 3 at once, and eventually attract the attention of the other 6 sacred claw eagles. Huang Jintian took this opportunity to enter the mining area. These days he had already figured out where the holy stone were, and he easily picked up all the holy stonests that were dug out by the beasts as soon as he entered. Long Shui released a few divine souls to search for the holy stone. According to Long Shui's guidance, he picked up dozens of them that were as big as bricks. The holy stone here were quite special. When they were dug out, each piece would have a weight of around 1 jin. Chun Xiang quickly picked up more than 500 holy stone S. At this time, the fight between the kitten and the 6 black eagles was extremely intense, with loud sounds coming from their bodies. The ground was shaking and the mountains were trembling. What's going on? It was actually a woman. What made Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian alarmed was that this person who had just arrived should be a very powerful man in heaven with a strong Holy Spirit aura around him. Moreover, he should not be restricted by that restriction. He could use holy power. At this time, Chun Xiang had already picked up more than 1,000 pieces, and Huang Jintian was the same. These holy stone had all been piled on the side for a while, so it was very easy for them to pick them up. "Hurry up and leave." Huang Jintian shouted in shock at Chun Xiang and was about to rush over to take Chun Xiang away, but who knew that a burst of silver white light would suddenly flash in front of Chun Xiang. A tall lady wearing a yellow skirt held a sword in her hand, which was lowered down to Chun Xiang's throat. Chun Xiang did not dare to move, because he could feel that the SPAC around him was sealed by the powerful energy released by the woman. The young woman wore a silver mask that covered the upper half of her face. Judging from her small mouth, it was obvious that she was very beautiful. "Master, you guys leave first. Don't worry about me." Chun Xiang said, "I will think of a way. If everyone gets dragged into this, it will be even more troublesome." Huang Jintian sighed in his heart. In this place he could not use the innate qi, so doing anything would be useless. When Mauer sensed that a heavenly being had appeared, she immediately got rid of the 6 black eagles and rushed towards the meeting point set by Huang Jintian. The lady did not chase after Huang Jintian and Mauer, because she believed that the rancor hiding inside the mountain would appear, and that the strong pressure she had just released could wake up the man in the cave. However, after she waited for a while, no one came out. This made her slightly frown and shout angrily, "Why haven't you come out yet? My father didn't send you here to let you sleep, but to guard this place." Chun Xiang did not dare move. If not, his head would immediately say goodbye to his body, and the holy sword hanging on his throat was not a joke. The woman's strength was even more terrifying, and before he had met her, he did not expect that the owner of the mine was a girl and also very powerful. From her tone, there should be an even more powerful father. Come out, the woman angrily shouted. Her voice was still very pleasant to the ears, but it carried a powerful force. Bang, bang, bang. Just a simple shout from the woman caused all the mountains in the mine to explode. Waves after waves of explosions could be heard as huge rocks were shot out one after another. However, other than the 6 black eagles in the shape of St. Claw, there was still no sign of those 15 people. When the woman realized that the 15 of them could have been killed or captured, her eyebrows knitted together in thought. None of the 15 could be considered shrimp soldiers or crab generals. They were all experts that her father had arranged. When the woman realized that the 15 of them could have been killed or captured, her eyebrows knitted together in thought. None of the 15 could be considered shrimp soldiers or crab generals. They were all experts that her father had arranged. She looked at Chen Xiang, her beautiful eyes behind the silver mask revealing a hint of surprise. Where did they go? You guys killed them. That woman was very calm. Judging from her tone, she wouldn't be too surprised even if those 15 people died. Chen Xiang wanted to splash a bucket of drunk magical poisons water on her, but he felt that this girl was different from the others. Furthermore, there were 6 holy beasts surrounding her. It would probably be difficult for him to escape now. I don't know. I heard the order, so I came in to pick up the stones. I don't know anything. Chen Xiang pretended to look innocent, but there was still a trace of fear on his face. He knew that the girl was surprised at how weak he was, so he had to try his best to make the girl feel that he was of no threat. Where are the stones? How many have you picked up? The woman asked. Only a little more than 10. Chen Xiang obediently took it out and threw it on the ground. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll bring you back, or else I won't be able to explain myself. Her eyes flashed with a smile. The cunning gaze gave Chen Xiang a bad feeling. You 6 follow me back. When the time comes, tell me everything that happened here in detail. I guarantee that the elders will not hold you responsible. Yes, eldest Mississippi, the 6 men shouted together. Chen Xiang was tied up. Although the rope binding him was powerful, he still had a way to struggle free. But the 6 black eagles had their eyes on him. Even if he struggled to free himself, they would not be able to do it, let alone the powerful Big Miss. Chen Xiang was brought to a valley very far away from the mining site. If he had known earlier that there was a woman here, Chen Xiang would have definitely come here to get rid of her first. In this valley, there was actually a transmission array which was only enough for 10 people, and it looked like it was the type that only needed to be used once, and once used, the spirit grain would disappear. Chen Xiang was a little nervous, because he could already tell that this woman was going to bring him into that heaven realm. He didn't want to go there, since there were many strong warriors there, and all of them were very powerful. We can't go to the heavenly domain, or else things will be even more difficult. Chen Xiang decided that when the transmission array opened, he would fight it out. That would be the best time for him to escape. Just as he was thinking of this, a seemingly soft, jade-like hand was placed on his shoulder. Following that, a surge of power surged into his body, causing him to feel an incomparable heaviness and a splitting headache. Ah! He shouted and fainted. After Chen Xiang fainted, the woman smiled lightly and activated the transmission array, then appeared in a large hall. In this large hall, there were many small and large transmission array, but this was actually a teleportation place. Get up. The lady lightly patted Chen Xiang's face and smiled. I know you want to escape, but if you do, I'll be in trouble. Chen Xiang felt a stream of cold energy gush into his brain and woke up. After hearing what the lady said, he secretly cursed in his heart. He had gone through great difficulty to deal with such a strange woman like L.V. Chilean, and now an even more powerful one had appeared. Eldest Miss, there are still a few months until the appointed time. Why did you come back earlier? An old man in charge of managing the transmission array rushed over and asked with a smile. My territory has been destroyed. All of them have been copied out. The 15 people my father sent have all gone missing. Go and see if their power jewels have shattered." The young miss sighed, then looked at Qinxiang. "This is a guy I caught on the spot. Although he's very weak, he's a little strange." Qinxiang was looking around. Seeing so many transmission arrays in this huge palace, he knew that this heaven realm wasn't small, and this place was definitely within a large power. "Oh, those 15 people are all pretty strong. How did the mine you were guarding get breached?" The old man said in surprise. Who would have thought that those 15 people would suddenly disappear? Those 6 birds didn't discover anything, and 4 of them died. They were suddenly attacked by a cat. When I arrived, I saw an old man and this little demon. I only caught him. No need to say any more. I need to hurry up and meet my father and the elders. I will be scolded by them later. Maybe I will even be punished later. Then she grabbed Qinxiang's shoulders and brought him away from the great hall. She had already sent someone to report this. After hearing the news, everyone in this place was very shocked because this young Miss Strength was not bad. The people she brought to guard this place were all famous experts, and there were also 10 excellent black eagles with St. Claw. Qinxiang never thought that an ant-like figure like him would be surrounded by a group of saints that Serpa said the immortal becoming realm. On his body were some white-colored iron chains, and on the chains were spirit grain S. The one sitting at the head of the table was the youngest, but he also looked like a middle-aged man. He wore a white robe with tiger skin and sat on a dragon throne. He looked very domineering. "We've already sent people to check the scene. It's indeed very strange. The people I sent seem to have disappeared into thin air. The used holy stone are all there." The mighty middle-aged man said, "Father, the majority of the holy stone that have been mined for the past 100 of years are on those 15 people. They have already disappeared, and I only have a little more than 100,000 kilograms on me." The woman took out a silver ring and handed it over. Qinxiang finally understood the lady's intention. All the holy stones that she had plundered in the past 100 years were definitely with her. But now that the 15 people had disappeared, she could push all of them onto her body. That way, she could monopolize all that she had plundered in the past 100 years. That mine has an annual output of 30,000 gene, and in the past 100 years, it has weighed at least 3 million gene. Losing that much. How are you going to take responsibility? An old man said angrily. It seemed like he was a rather powerful elder. Qinxiang was shocked in his heart. He never thought that the woman would take all 300,000 kilograms, and he nearly peed his pants because of fear. What kind of quant? 1. Tai was that, with such a large number of holy stone, he didn't even dare to imagine it. G. Linger, even if you sell it, you won't be able to get that many holy stone-s back. You need to be clear, the mine can only be excavated for 120 to 130 years at most. It has already been 100 years, and its lifespan is almost gone. Do you want to know how long we have fought over mine? An old man's voice trembled. Linger is willing to accept punishment. I am willing to accept the most severe punishment from Ji clan. Ji Linger knelt down and took off her mask, revealing her beautiful and exceptional face, and said seriously. Qinxiang knew that this Ji Linger had made up her mind to swallow the 3 million kilogram holy stone. Although he did not know the penalty, Ji Linger was sure that she would do it. At this time, the various elders were discussing among each other, and only a few elders spoke up for Ji Ling. Ji Linger's father, the patriarch of the Ji clan, obviously cannot side with his own daughter at this moment, otherwise he would have to step down from the stage. Qinxiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Ji Linger. Woman, I already know about your plan. You probably want to take all 3 million holy stone-s for yourself, or you must protect my life. Otherwise, your plan will definitely be ruined. Hearing Qinxiang's words, Ji Linger's face did not show any signs of shock, but her heart was full of astonishment. Previously, she had truly believed that Qinxiang was a small fry that her big brother had abandoned, which was why she dared to do such a thing. This kid is very weak, but his body is very strong. He has already reached the large success stage of body of heavenly sage. All of you elders, why not interrogate him first? Maybe he can even recover his losses. Ji Linger suddenly said, "This person is very strange. I can't see through him." An elder snorted angrily and said, "Even if you can recover the damage, you will still be punished." At this time, Ji Linger sent a sound transmission to Qinxiang. "I won't let you die, I will also save you. But in exchange, you have to hand over those 15 people to me, or let them die." Just as Qinxiang had guessed, Ji Linger wanted to take all 3 million holy stone for himself. Those 15 people are not dead yet. Their power jewels are still intact, and their vitality is still very strong. They should just be caught. We must find them quickly. The patriarch of the Ji clan said. Qinxiang had already been surrounded by over a dozen elders, and various types of powerful holy energy flooded into his body, as well as into the divine sense sea, causing him to feel incomparable pain all over. What made him even more baffled was that the gray mist surrounding his dantian was very strong. It could actually prevent these old men from spying on him, and Long Shui had long concealed his divine sense, so using a secret technique. His dantian is very strange. It seems like a dead dantian, but it contains a strong amount of saint force. With his current cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to cultivate saint force. An old man said with a frown. This person is from the 9 heaven world. The clothes he is wearing is not from here. That's right, we have already heard that the 9 heaven world's humans have invaded this place. We did not expect that they would be able to take down a mine. This brat is indeed strange, but he is still very weak. He shouldn't be some important fellow. Use torture to interrogate him and see if you can find anything. Hearing the words of these old men, Ji Linger felt that something was wrong. If Qinxiang was tortured, maybe he would reveal something. Then she turned to the elders and said, "Please don't. This person should be an important person because he has something very strange with him. Although he is not very strong, there must be something extraordinary about him being able to sneak into the mine. If we torture him, he might not be able to endure and die. Why not spare his life? Maybe his accomplices will come and save him. I've been busy these past 2 days, so there's only 2 updates. Sorry. Ji Linger, have you lost your mind in the last 100 years? Tens of thousands of years ago, the people from their 9 heaven world were already beaten so badly that they couldn't get over it, and now they still dare to come. Ji Linger, have you lost your mind in the last 100 years? Tens of thousands of years ago, the people from their 9 heaven world were already beaten so badly that they couldn't get over it, and now they still dare to come. This is different from the past. Ji Linger said, right now we need to minimize our losses and let him live. Maybe he can be used to exchange for those 15 of us. It's very likely that the 3 million kilogram holy stone would return. Just based on your words, how can we believe that the brat status is very high? The 9 heaven worlds people will risk their lives to save him. If we don't torture him earlier, what if we miss the best opportunity to do so? The elder sneered. Qinxiang suddenly said, "As long as I live well, my comrades will come. Although I am very weak, I have a very important thing on me that is worth them taking risks." You don't even have a single storage magic treasure on you. An old man said in disdain. Good things can be hidden within the body. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he released the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, allowing it to float in the air. Seeing this delay weapon, those old men immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and let out a low sigh. Green dragon demon-slain broadsword. I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary divine blade in my lifetime. It's really the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Those spirit grain look too familiar. Only that person can create them. This kid really has a strong background. I heard that the green dragon demon-slain broadsword recognized a person and fused with his soul, causing him to die. back then that Chi plus fellow paid a huge price in order to separate himself from the divine blade. Ji Linger's small mouth gaped as she looked at the green dragon, demon-slain broadswords, divine gaze. She had heard of the legend of this divine blade when she was very young. She never thought that this brat would actually have such a thing. Previously, she was even tricked by Chen Xiang, thinking that he was just a small fry. Chen Xiang never thought that the four symbols divine weapons' fame would have such an effect. This matter cannot be spread out. Linger, you will be in charge of watching over him. You will not allow him to speak or interact with him. Both of you will be placed under house arrest in the heavenly pavilion. You will not let this news leak out. The patriarch of the Ji clan said solemnly, "Yes." Ji Linger hurriedly replied as she felt relieved. She knew that the Ji clan wanted to get her hands on the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. 3 million holy stone might be a lot, but it was nothing compared to the green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Chun Xiang and Ji Linger were brought to the top of a tall tower. In the room at the top of the tower, there was no window, only a thick, pitch-black wall that was ice-cold and hard, and a few small holes that could let light in. This is the pavilion of heaven. How terrible! Chun Xiang stood on top of a stone stool and looked outside through the ventilation hole. He could only see a large mountain, faintly discernible in the clouds. "Be quiet." Ji Linger called out softly before sending a sound transmission to him. "I am thinking of a way to save you. The situation has already developed beyond my expectations, so it's hard for me to run away." Chun Xiang sat down. From his expression, he was not really that worried. "Who asked you to have a green dragon, demon-slain broadsword? Otherwise, you wouldn't be locked up here. This is an important place to our Ji clan. Even if we ran out of the Heaven Pavilion, it would be very difficult to escape from this place." Ji Linger sat on the ground while hugging his knees, his face filled with helplessness. Chun Xiang asked via sound transmission, "You really have 3 million kilograms of holy stone?" Ji Linger glared at him grudgingly. "If it wasn't for those holy stone-s, I wouldn't even bother to pay attention to you." Chun Xiang curled his lips. "It was you who grabbed me to face the consequences first. I can't let you succeed in this. Don't be in such a hurry. Even though we're locked up in this place, we still have a way to get out. Let me think about it." Ji Linger's attitude was very good, making Chen Xiang feel that she was rather pleasing to the eye. Right now, the one who was panicking was Ji Linger. She was worried that Chen Xiang would reveal her. "If your plan goes smoothly, you will also be punished. For the sake of the 3 million kilogram holy stone, you aren't afraid of the Ji clan's torture." Ji Linger smiled slightly. "You don't know this. They have at most locked me up for 1,000 to 2,000 years. Although my mistake is big, it isn't enough to get me tortured. Son and son, how about this? I'll rescue you, and you give me 1 million kilograms of holy stone. What do you think?" Chun Xiang said. Ji Linger's beautiful eyes immediately widened until they were round. "Help me get out. Then I'll give you another 1 million kilograms of holy stone." Chun Xiang smiled and nodded his head. Ji Linger frowned slightly as her eyes moved about. "But I should be the one who saved you, so you can hand those 15 fellows over to me." Chun Xiang laughed. "I have a way to get out, but you don't have any good methods right now." Ji Linger snorted. "Are you trying to extort me? If I don't agree, then tell me about me monopolizing the holy stone, right? No, we are cooperating. Think about it. It's because of me that you have the chance to plan to take all 3 million caddies of holy stone. It's just that you are not progressing very well in the future. But with my help, I can help you escape." Chun Xiang snickered. "I see that you don't have any feelings for this Ji clan, so you're willing to escape from him, right? You can assume that with my cooperation, you will be able to obtain 2 million kilograms of holy stone without paying anything, and have even left the Ji clan as well." Chun Xiang understood Ji Linger's current situation. From the ATTI, two to the elders, they could tell that she was not very popular in the G clan, and adding that she wanted to monopolize a large number of holy stonests that the G clan owned. They knew that she had some resentment towards the G clan. That's right, because of your appearance, I have this plan. Ji Linger thought about it carefully before deciding to work with Qin Xiang. As there was not much time left for Qin Xiang, someone would come to take him away soon. Then they would conduct research and isolate the green dragon, demon-slain, broadsword from his body. If Qin Xiang had told her about it when she was taken away, then she wouldn't be as simple as someone who had been imprisoned for thousands of years. She would be tortured to death by the Ji clan. Bring out that 1,000,000 caddies of holy stone. I can be considered to be more courteous than you. I didn't want to take more than half of it. Qin Xiang extended his hand. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out. Right now, we are only ants on a string. Ji Linger bit his lips in pain and quickly handed over the 10 storage baguettes to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang used his mind to check the mountainside and confirmed with satisfaction. They were secretly communicating with each other, so the people guarding the door wouldn't hear anything. Hurry up, those old men are going to invite some experts. It'll be too late by then, Ji Linger urged. Qin Xiang took out a square cauldron. Don't resist me. I want to put you inside this thing. This thing isn't very powerful. Even if you enter, you can break free, so don't be afraid. Qin Xiang took out a square cauldron. Don't resist me. I want to put you inside this thing. This thing isn't very powerful. Even if you enter, you can break free, so don't be afraid. No, I'm worried. Ji Linger immediately rejected it. I gave you 5,000,000 kilograms of holy stone to let you relax and cooperate, but you have to let me enter this thing. What if you don't take it with you? I'm stronger than you. You must be worried that after we leave, I will kill you. Qin Xiang nodded. You do have reason to worry. Suddenly, a faint tremor came from inside the room. Ji Linger's face changed. Quickly think of another way. It's impossible for me to hide inside that thing. They already opened the door and will be here very soon. Qin Xiang was afraid that she would silence his worries. So Qin Xiang placed her inside the square cauldron and then left the square cauldron here. All right, then you have to cooperate with me. Qin Xiang said in a serious tone. No problem, as long as you don't put me in that C-R-A-P-P-Y furnace. Ji Linger had already seen that Qin Xiang was a cunning guy. She was worried that she had been set up. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, released a surge of divine power, and enveloped Ji Linger's body. After that, he sent a sound transmission to Ji Linger. Relax your body. Relax all of the power in your body. Don't resist me. Ji Linger evenly took a deep breath and followed Qin Xiang's instructions. After that, she felt a strange feeling in her body, as if her body was gradually shrinking. When she was surprised, the strength in her body instinctively resisted. Relax. Qin Xiang drank. Ji Linger suppressed her power, and at this moment, she felt that Qin Xiang was getting bigger and bigger, and she herself was getting smaller and smaller, and all the small things in the house previously became big in her eyes. All right. Qin Xiang looked at the cute little bird on the ground and smiled. Then he turned into a bird himself. Seeing Qin Xiang, such a big guy, suddenly turn into a bird, Ji Linger immediately understood that he had also been turned into a bird by Qin Xiang. He also understood why those 15 people had quietly disappeared. In your mind, you're thinking of flapping your wings, but when you fly, use the same method. Use the power within your body to lift up your body and fly. Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, Ji Linger flew up towards a hole. Ji Linger laughed and followed along. Ji Linger had mastered it very well. Her flying speed was extremely fast, and even Qin Xiang was unable to keep up with her. After all, her strength was far too inferior to Ji Linger's. You are a dragon. Ji Linger sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. She was very curious. She had heard that only dragons had such a profound ability, and Qin Xiang had green dragon, demon-slain broadswordess. No, I am a human. Quickly bring me away from here. Qin Xiang was not in the mood to look at the scenery of the sky capital at the moment, because he had already sensed a berserk aura coming from the tower. Can you teach me? I train in the Tao of the Ji. Oh, yes. Ji Linger was very interested in this transformation technique. Don't be afraid. I think we'll be safe very soon. I can teach you, but whether you want to learn it or not will depend on you. But I can't teach you for no reason. You're not my person. Qin Xiang sensed that there were a few auras behind and anxiously said, They are catching up. Go down and hide in the forest. Right now they are only splitting up to search for us. They didn't discover us. Ji Linger said, then flew towards the forest below, was standing right beside her. At this time, a few spiritual senses swept over them, but they could not find anything. All the birds in the forest numbered in the hundreds with many different types, and they did not know that Qin Xiang and Ji Linger had become birds. This is an important place of the Ji clan, it's all here. Let's leave this place first. Ji Linger flew up, and the elders who came to search for them had already flown far away, was familiar with the place, so Qin Xiang could only follow her. They had traveled through the night, and by the time dawn broke, Qin Xiang and Ji Linger had already left the Ji clan's important grounds. But Ji Linger did not stop, because this was still the Ji clan's territory. Along the way, Ji Linger did not see any time. Qin Xiang felt that she was a little excited and continued to fly madly. It was only on the third day that she finally slowed down when she saw a small town. Turn me back. Ji Linger said, We are safe now. Qin Xiang had transformed her into a human. As his strength increased, he became more and more proficient in the art of transformations. This art was something that Ji Linger yearned for. It's really safe here? Qin Xiang asked. At this time, Ji Linger began to take out a few things to disguise herself. Her movements were extremely proficient, and it was obvious that she did this kind of thing often. Yes, this is the territory of the Zhao clan. There is enmity between the Ji clan and itself. They do not dare to casually enter the territory of the Zhao clan. If not, there will be a conflict. Ji Linger disguised himself as a middle-aged woman and laughed. Can you recognize me? Your eyes are still beautiful. Qin Xiang laughed. Keep looking. Ji Linger stuck out his tongue at him, took out a tool to disguise his eyes, and muttered, Who asked you to not teach me that transformation technique? I'm not familiar with you, so why should I teach you? Qin Xiang said, What do I need to know? Ji Linger realized that Qin Xiang wanted a little something more. With your current strength, that 1 million kilogram holy stone is already a lot more than enough for you. Do you still want it? Qin Xiang laughed. No one will think that there's too much of this stuff, but with my current state, 1 million caddies is indeed enough, so even if you give me the holy stone, I will not consider teaching you. Let's cooperate happily. Let's part ways here. Just as Qin Xiang turned around and was about to leave, Ji Linger flashed forward and appeared in front of him, blocking his path as she said, You can't leave. You didn't give those 15 to me. Even though I escaped from the Ji clan, I didn't want the Ji clan to know that I had cheated them of their holy stone. Qin Xiang said, After we finish cooperating, you won't kill me, right? Ji Linger rolled her eyes at him. Do I look like that kind of person? Moreover, it won't be easy for me to kill you, right? Qin Xiang released the 15 people who had died. At this moment, they had not recovered from the poison, but they still had consciousness and could open their eyes. When they saw Ji Linger, their faces were filled with shock. Ji Linger took out her sword, shwa shwa. In a few breaths, all 15 of them were killed. Then she released a black flame and burned all the bodies. Qin Xiang had already ran far away. Ji Linger had said that he wouldn't kill him, but he had to be wary. Ji Linger looked at Qin Xiang's back figure, snorted lightly, and chased after him. Ji Linger looked at Qin Xiang's back figure, snorted lightly, and chased after him. She's catching up. Long Shui shouted in shock. This woman should really want to learn the 72 changes. Of course I know, but I don't want to teach her. Chun Xiang did not run far before he was stopped by Ji Ling. Chun Xiang sighed. Don't tell me you want to kill me. Ji Linger looked at him in annoyance and stuck out her tongue. I want to kill you. Are you still able to stand here and speak? She could already tell that Chun Xiang had poisoned the 15 people. Follow me for a while, at least get familiar with this place. With me here, no one will dare to bully you. Ji Linger smiled sweetly. That way, we can get familiar with each other, and then you can see if I have the conditions to learn your transformation techniques. Although Ji Linger had disguised herself before, her current smile was still very sweet and gentle. Chun Xiang understood Ji Linger's strength, although she was under the control of the elders in the Ji clan, but compared to him, her strength was still very strong. The best way to get used to it is to take off all our clothes and sleep in the same bed, muttered in a low voice. He had already planned to stay with Ji Linger in Tiandu City for a period of time. Ji Linger giggled. I would like to use my body to exchange for your transformation technique, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it with your body. In a few moments, you'll be sucked dry by me. Are all the women in Tiandu so open-minded? Chun Xiang was startled and asked. Of course not. It's just that I feel that you're quite good and have grasped so many powerful things. If your strength is on par with mine, then I'll be determined to deal with you for the rest of my life. Ji Linger laughed. Do you wish you could become stronger now? Previously, Su Meiyao and Baiyu had told Chun Xiang that when strong women and men combined, if the man wasn't strong enough and couldn't suppress the woman, he would be devoured by the woman. Conversely, when a man was stronger than a woman, their combination would benefit the woman, because the man would channel his power into the woman's body. Thinking up to here, Chun Xiang could only sigh helplessly in his heart. No way, when I was in Nine Heaven World, the women around me were no worse than you. No matter what kind of woman I wanted, I didn't care about you. Chun Xiang's face was full of indifference. What he said was the truth. He had 2 unparalleled beauties in his serene jade ring along with Long Shui, this beautiful dragon. How about this? I'll help you increase your strength. When you feel that's about right, teach me that transformation technique, okay? Ji Linger shook Chun Xiang's arm and asked, Just how far can you help me? How long will that take? I can't possibly wait for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Chun Xiang said, 1,000 years at the fastest. Even if you can't reach my level, you can still possess my body. Ji Linger smiled charmingly with a deeper meaning behind it. Chun Xiang gulped down his saliva. He had never met such a woman, only he had been able to make her have good feelings towards him. But now, this woman actually wanted him to have enough power to kill her. Could it be that there's no man today? Chun Xiang subconsciously asked, Is it worth it for the sake of that transformation technique? Of course it's worth it. That's a sacred art, and you also have a green dragon demon-slain broadsword on you. You are someone who is recognized by the Ji. Oh, D-Saber, you must have some great achievements in the future, and you are already very powerful. Otherwise, how could you help me get so many holy stone? Ji Linger laughed tenderly. Of the women around you, there aren't many that are stronger than me. Don't worry, I won't bully them in the future. Chun Xiang was speechless. Is there something wrong with your head? Forget it. You can help me quickly become stronger. I will definitely teach you the changing technique. However, Chun Xiang thought that if he could bring Ji Linger back and let her teach him a lesson, who he thought was very powerful, it would be great. Ji Linger held Chun Xiang's arm. I will definitely make you stronger, but I need to leave this place first. I want to bring you to a place. Chun Xiang didn't know what Ji Linger was planning, but he thought that Ji Linger was definitely not that simple. He must have some other purpose. Ji Linger brought Chun Xiang into the small town and asked around. There are no transmission array here, only the closest city had one. Where are you going? Chun Xiang asked. A very safe place. Ji Linger did not tell Chun Xiang in detail that she had bought a Black Hawk mount. Instead, She sat on it with Chen Xiang and flew away from the town. After flying for half a day, they arrived at a city. There were very few people in the city, and it looked very lifeless, but there was a transmission array. Ji Linger brought Chen Xiang into the transmission array, and after paying the teleportation fee, said in a low voice, "I'll take you to the most bustling place in the sky capital. That place is the safest place." After he finished speaking, the transmission array flashed. An array of light flashed past Chen Xiang's eyes as he was teleported to another place. He saw countless large transmission arrays lined up neatly in a row, with many of them flash. Plusing. Suddenly a shadow attacked. Raising his head, he saw an incomparably large S. H-I+P flying through the skies. In the distance, there were also many large and small S. H-I+PS. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he looked around, looking at the numerous giant towers that rose from the ground, as well as the giant holy beasts and S.H.I+PS that flew past from time to time in the sky. He was extremely shocked. He must be scared. This is the super old sacred city. He has existed for a long time. Ji Linger chuckled. "Let's go, it's very safe here. Even though Ji clan is a huge clan, they don't dare to cause trouble here. And they can't just randomly capture people." Walking on the road, Chen Xiang understood why the strong holy beasts were being pressured so badly by the humans of heaven. The people here were truly powerful. Of course, there were humans like him, but they were all existences at the bottom. Do you not want to go back? Ji Linger saw that Chen Xiang was looking left and right. Her eyes filled with shock and laughed. "Don't worry, I heard my father say that the super old sacred city seems to be plotting something, that this city is going to descend to the top of the 9 heaven world." Ji Linger secretly pulled Chen Xiang out of the wide teleportation area and walked towards the bustling scene in the distance. "That's not a good thing for me." Chen Xiang frowned. "But if you become strong, that's good news for you." Ji Linger's beautiful eyes sparkled as she said meaningfully, "The strength of this super old sacred city had allowed Chen Xiang to have a deeper understanding of the Saint Realm. The strength of this super old sacred city had allowed Chen Xiang to have a deeper understanding of the Saint Realm. It's been a long time since I've seen him. The change isn't too great." Ji Linger brought Chen Xiang along as they walked along the busy street, buying a lot of snacks to eat. Although there were a lot of strong warriors, there were still a lot of weak ones. Ji Linger was very familiar with this place. Along the way, she had said by many shops that she was very familiar with, and they were all food sellers. Those things were all not ordinary, and required holy stone to buy them. "Hurry up and tell me what you need to do to quickly increase your strength." Chen Xiang didn't have the time to stroll around here with her. "Let's have fun again. I've been in charge of supervising the mine for almost 100 years, so of course I'll enjoy myself now." Ji Linger had 2 million kilograms of holy stone, so she could buy some things that she previously couldn't. Chen Xiang took this opportunity to take advantage of her, using the reason of helping his wife buy things as a reason to get her to help buy more than 10 sets of clothes that weren't bad for women. Those were for Su Meiyao, and as well as some jewelry and such. In order to curry favor with Chen Xiang, Ji Linger was extremely generous. As long as she met someone Chen Xiang liked, she would pay. "Little Linger, do you have any pills to sell here?" Chen Xiang asked. He had followed Ji Linger around for the majority of the day, but he had never seen a shop that sold medicinal pellets. "Of course I do, but I can't help you buy it. It's rather expensive, and the reason why I brought you here is because there are a lot of medicinal pills for sale. If you use the 1 million caddies of holy stone here, you should be able to break through quickly." Ji Linger muttered, "My holy stone also wants to buy pills for myself. I also need to increase my strength. Then why didn't I see those pill shops?" Chen Xiang looked around. It was just like a normal market. The super old sacred city is divided into many districts, and right now, this district specializes in the sale of clothes. And then there is the sacred transformation sector, where people from the immortal becoming realm are mainly gathered. The medicinal ingredients and weapons sold there are also specially provided for people of this rank, and there is also the Heaven's Sacred District, where people with my strength go to. Ji Linger smelled a bunch of fresh flowers that she had just bought, and smelled that flower's fragrance. She closed her eyes and enjoyed that beauty, and then Pa-S set it in front of Chun Xiang, letting him feel the strange fragrance of that bunch of flowers. Chun Xiang pushed the bouquet of flowers away and asked, "I don't have the power of the immortal becoming realm yet. Where should I go?" "There is no special area here for you. Because it's not good enough." Even though Ji Linger said this, she did not have the slightest intention of ridiculing him. In her eyes, Chun Xiang was still rather powerful. "Go to the area of the immortal becoming realm. There are immortal pills for sale there. It's useful for you." The sky in the sky region was so vast, Chun Xiang reckoned that it should be as big as the heaven realm, and it was even better developed than the 9 heaven world. Holy stone could be directly used to absorb the Holy Spirit chi inside, but if there was a high-level immortal pill working together, that would be for the best. Even if I eat immortal pills, my cultivation speed will be the same. I won't be that fast. Although Chun Xiang had not stepped into the immortal becoming realm, he still understood it well. You should still be in the Immortal King stage, right? Let's talk about this after you enter the Immortal King stage, late phase. Ji Linger brought Chun Xiang into the sacred transformation sector. Upon arriving, Chun Xiang immediately discovered that this place was very different from the previously chaotic regions. There were less people here, but all of them belonged to the immortal becoming realm. Chun Xiang secretly sighed with emotion. 9 heaven world must have been very strong back then, and the number of people in the immortal becoming realm should have been no less. Are you familiar with this place? After Chun Xiang entered the sacred transformation sector, he had a very special purpose. Of course I'm familiar with it. This was where I Pa-S said the time when I was using the immortal becoming realm. Ji Linger had indeed stayed here before, and had even left behind a good mansion. Are you not afraid of Ji clan finding out if you live here? Chun Xiang anxiously pulled Ji Linger back. What's there to be afraid of? Back then, when I was in trouble, I was always hiding here. Ji Linger shook off Chun Xiang's hand, took out a jade tablet, and opened the door to the residence. After pulling Chun Xiang in, he opened up some formation enchantments. Ji Linger stood in the courtyard and laughed. This place is not bad, right? Back then, I spent a lot of effort to get this place. Although the yard had been left unattended for many years and had grown some weeds, it still looked pretty good. There were some strange bamboo, and the houses were also elegantly built. Ji Linger and Chun Xiang spent less than an hour to finish up the house. At this time, Chun Xiang really wanted to go over to the pill shops to take a look. He was the best at concocting pills. He wanted to see what the alchemist here looked like. Little Linger, are you not going to the Heaven's Sacred District? Chun Xiang did not want to be with Ji Linger right now. He wanted to go out and walk around by himself. No, I only see grade 8 and above elixirs, but even in Heaven's Sacred District S, there are very few. I might as well use the Holy Stone to cultivate, so I will stay here to accompany you in your cultivation and protect you. Ji Linger played with his hair and laughed. You want to get rid of me? Of course not. I just want to take a walk by myself. Chun Xiang shook his head. If you go out and do bad things by yourself, then I want to be with you even more. Doing bad things in super old sacred city and getting caught is very troublesome. Ji Linger revealed a sly smile. Seems like she had already done a lot of bad things here, ever since he saw that Ji Linger wanted to keep the 3 million kilogram holy stone for himself. Chun Xiang knew that she wasn't a good bird. Okay, I'll take you, but you have to listen to me. Chun Xiang said with a commanding tone. Yes, Linger. Ji Linger laughed mischievously. Chun Xiang walked to the door and immediately opened it. After walking out of the house, she obediently followed beside Chun Xiang, making him feel that she was an outstanding female slave. Little Linger, is there any alchemist here that can refine a holy pellet? Chun Xiang felt that the sky region's refining level should be higher than the 9 heaven worlds. Of course there are. However, there are only a few of them, and it's very difficult to find them. You have to eat the holy elixir. Ji Linger asked. Of course not. I'm not afraid to tell you. I am also an alchemist. Chun Xiang smiled and said, If possible, I'm more inclined to eat by myself. Really? Ji Linger had a face full of disbelief as he looked at Chun Xiang from head to toe, as if looking at him in a new light. Chun Xiang laughed. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Ji Linger stuck out her tongue. Even if you are, you should be one of those unranked alchemists. There are too many of these alchemists here. I'll catch a bunch of them. Ji Linger stuck out her tongue. Even if you are, you should be one of those unranked alchemists. There are too many of these alchemists here. I'll catch a bunch of them. Chun Xiang heard her footsteps, turned his head, and looked at her. How can I be considered a mediocre alchemist? Ji Linger's eyes turned. He thought for a moment. At the very least, you can concoct immortal pills, and with your current cultivation, you're not even at the immortal becoming realm. You should be unable to concoct immortal pills, right? Chun Xiang laughed. I'm sorry, I can coincidentally concoct immortal pills, even though it's just a first-grade immortal pill. Ji Linger was startled for a moment. She had indeed not expected this, and then pouted playfully. Even if I can refine it, it would probably be that kind of lousy stuff. Chun Xiang did not tell her more because he realized that the pill refining industry in the heavenly realm was not as developed as he had imagined. At the very least, it could not be compared to the 9 heaven world. In this place, most of the people who were able to concoct immortal pills were only using immortal becoming realm. So Chun Xiang did not understand either. At this moment, he was even more curious about the super old sacred city's pill refining industry. Under Ji Linger's guidance, he came to one of the pill stores in the sacred transformation area. It was called the Heavenly Cauldron Pill Store. The inside of the Heaven's Mandate pill shop was very PA-size. Once they entered, it became a very extravagant exhibition hall. The decorations were very luxurious. The old man in charge of selling pills could feel that the chi on Ji Linger was not ordinary, and he also brought in a very weak rookie. Powerful seniors bringing their juniors to buy medicinal pills was a very normal thing. Furthermore, they were usually very large in quant. One Tai. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Heavenly Cauldron restaurant. We have many types of pills here, and there will definitely be one suitable for you. If the quant 1 Tai is too great, we will also get a discount. The old man said with a smile. Ji Linger looked at Chun Xiang, signaling him to speak. Do you have a Tianlong Dan here? Chun Xiang asked. Heavens. Tianlong. The old man was at a loss for words. No. Where's the high-grade sacred animal Dan? 3rd grade immortal. 4th grade immortal. Chun Xiang asked again. The old man took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, No, not even these kinds of pills. It's mainly for the beasts, especially the Tianlong Dan. That was something the primordial dragon clan created to strengthen their own race. What about the low-rank sacred animal Dan? It's of the 1st or 2nd grade immortal grade. Chun Xiang asked again. No, the beasts like to eat these, so they easily discovered it, so it's very difficult for us to pick them. Perhaps the clans and sects that raise saint beasts should have them, and they rarely buy them, so we don't have any. The old man quickly explained and then looked at Chun Xiang in confusion. He asked in a small voice, Little brother, are you really not a person? Chun Xiang was speechless. Of course I'm human. Ji Linger patted the old man's shoulder and said, He's still a little fairy. Hurry up and go up if you want to eat any pills. Of course, this is the first choice for Yuxian Dan. If you want to save Holy Stone, then buy a large amount of 1st grade immortals, and buy 3rd grade immortals as soon as possible. But I recommend that 2nd grade immortals Yuxian Dan are not very expensive, and they are not very slow. The old man chuckled. I think that he would need at least 1,000 of those level 2 immortal Yuxian Dan to help him reach the late stage of the Immortal King stage. At that time, he would use a large number of them to purchase a holy transformation pill, directly entering the immortal becoming realm, and begin to step into the 9 transformation saint level. 1,000 stage 2 immortal Yuxian Dan indeed had such an effect. If it were an ordinary person, perhaps it would be just as the old man had predicted, but he was not an ordinary person. He had 5 unique heaven pills in his body, and his innate chi had already been converted into holy energy. How many holy stone are there in 10,000 of them? Ji Linger knew that Chen Xiang was different from the others, so she budgeted more Yuxian Dan. 100,000 Jin. The old man quickly said, I can give you some benefits. It's only 98,000 kilograms of holy stone. Just as Ji Linger was about to buy it, Chen Xiang interrupted her and asked, Then how much are you selling the second stage, immortal stage, Yuling bamboo shoots for? He would feel heartache for a while, because he felt that it was a bit asymmetrical to use the holy stone to buy immortal pills. The holy stone could extract a large amount of holy energy, and it would be of great help to him when he enters the immortal becoming realm. Yuling bamboo shoots are the only materials used to refine Yuxian Dan. They can only be refined 1 pellet per furnace, and the price of medicinal ingredients is usually half that of immortal pellets. A second-grade immortal Yuxian Dan is 10 caddies per pellet, and the price of medicinal ingredients is 5 caddies per pellet. Originally, he thought that Chen Xiang would buy Yuxian Dan, but who knew that he would actually buy some medicinal ingredients to refine for his elders. Ji Linger frowned. Just now, Chen Xiang had said that he knew how to refine Tier 1 immortal pills, but now that it's Tier 2, why would he want to buy a Tier 2 one? Just as she was about to speak, Chen Xiang said again, 8,000 of these 3 kilograms of holy stone. Then you can give me 10 of them. Little brother, you must be joking. I already said before that I want 5 kilograms of holy stone. The old man chuckled. Then forget it, let's go. Chen Xiang used his ultimate killing technique, turned and walked away. Although medicinal herbs were precious, those that could be grown in large quant. 1. Ties would usually not reach half of the pill. At most, it would only reach 30%. Although this was the heavenly realm, it was still a good idea to try it out everywhere. Ji Linger did not understand. She wanted to pull Chen Xiang to buy those Yuxian Dan, so that she could stop tormenting herself. However, Chen Xiang did pull her along. Never mind, I'll just sell it to you. The old man quickly shouted. Selling medicinal materials would earn him a lot of money, but the profit was slightly less than selling immortal pills. Chen Xiang took out 3,000 holy stone, bought 1,000 of them and gave them away as 10. Knew that the other party would definitely sell them. After the successful transaction, he did not continue to stroll around the pill shop in order to not distract himself with other things. Returning back to the house, Ji Linger asked in puzzlement, Why don't you buy Yuxian Dan and buy medicinal ingredients directly? Didn't you only know how to refine first stage immortal grade S? Furthermore, based on your situation, you need at least 10,000 pills. You only bought 1,000 pills. Chen Xiang smiled and caressed her face. I don't either, but I can learn it. Alchemist isn't someone who can concoct pills from birth. She only learned it step by step. But 1,000 sets of ingredients? How long will it take for that to happen? I'd rather be locked up for 1,000 years than concocting 1,000 batches of pills. I'll die. Ji Linger pouted. Chen Xiang couldn't tell her the exact answer, but he felt that it would be more worthwhile doing it this way. I'm going to start concocting pills, you go and play. Chen Xiang said. He now treated Ji Linger as a weird little girl. I'm going to start concocting pills, you go and play. Chen Xiang said. He now treated Ji Linger as a weird little girl. I want to see you concoct pills. Can I stay by the side? Ji Linger rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, I won't disturb you. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Seeing Ji Linger's look of despise, He knew that Ji Linger was doubting his ability to refine pills. Let me ask you, are holy stone that heavy? If it was you, how long would it take to use the proper method? Qin Xiang was also very curious about this, because when he found out that they had lost 3 million kilograms of holy stone, the elders of the Ji clan were very angry. It's not easy to get, only selling saint beasts can come fast, but the saint beasts around here are not weak, and they can't be easily caught either. A saint beast is only worth around 100,000 caddies of holy stone. If you're lucky, it would take more than 20 years to track one. Ji Linger thought for a while, then said, if I were to help the Ji clan with some CHORES and go out to fight and kill them with only 1,000 kilogram holy stone, it would take me at least 100 years to gather 100,000 kilograms, and this is under the condition of having other things to do. However, I am very powerful. Through the tie-in within the clan, I can compete to be the guard of the mine, so I can make a lot of money. This time, I got 2 million caddies. Ji Linger, this kind of relatively powerful heaven person, could only earn 1,000 holy stone per year. However, she definitely had other methods to earn some extra money, but she could still see that the holy stone was more precious. No wonder she took the risk of taking all of those 3 million kilograms of holy stone. With my current strength, I can only use holy stone to increase my strength. High-grade immortal pills are too little and expensive, so holy stone are very lacking. Ji Linger said. Qin Xiang pinched her face. Then why did you let me buy those 10,000 pieces of Yuxian Dan, taking away 100,000 kilograms in an instant? You must be trying to scam me. Nope, she wants to buy it for you. Ji Linger's face was filled with hidden bitterness. In the future, without my permission, don't randomly buy those immortal pills. I am an alchemist, so I can only eat the pills refined by myself. Qin Xiang said, just like the refiner, he only used the weapons he refined himself. There was only a secret room here, but it was quite spacious. After Ji Linger brought Qin Xiang in, he cleaned up a bit and even made a bed for a bed. Why are you doing this? Qin Xiang really didn't understand. When refining pills, doesn't it take 1.5 years? I can't just sit there and watch. Taking a bath, sleeping, eating, and so on, they shouldn't affect you, right? Ji Linger said naively, if you want to refine 1,000 batches, it would take at least 100 years. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, foolish girl who has never seen the world. I will definitely broaden your horizons in a while. Ji Linger could not accept it and snorted, you're so weak. What right do you have to mock me? You're the one who has never seen the world. When I first came to super old sacred city, you had a and P-like expression. I even want to laugh when I think about it. I am the eldest daughter of the Ji clan's patriarch after all, and I have also been to the sacred top. I have watched people ascend the divine road unseen, and not just anyone can leave this sacred domain. I am the eldest daughter of the Ji clan's patriarch, and I have also watched people ascend the divine avenue on sight. Qin Xiang gently caressed her face and laughed. I am indeed a country bee, kin in other aspects, but I have absolute confidence in refining pills. You just need to watch. That's more like it. I was chosen into the top 10 holy maiden of every 10,000 years in super old sacred city. I only got the 12th place, but I am still very powerful, no? Ji Linger hugged his chest proudly. Why didn't he enter the top 10? Qin Xiang asked. Which 10,000 years? It was 10,000 years ago. However, I have fallen to the 20th place in this 10,000 year. Why haven't I been ranked? The main reason is because I don't care, because I didn't show myself to the public before the selection, so I didn't enter the rankings. However, the saints that are ranked in the top 3 are all genuine and have very beautiful looks, high standing, and authority. Only if they speak out, a large number of fools would be willing to serve them at any time. Ji Linger hugged his chest with a face full of anger. I don't want to become this kind of woman. Qin Xiang took out the Yanlong furnace and laughed. So that means after I become strong, I can obtain you a holy maiden who might even reach the top. And now you still serve me and are even following me by my side." Linger raised his head, his face full of arrogance. "Of course, now you know how powerful I am, right?" Chun Xiang began to refine pills. Linger laid on her clothes, waiting for the beautiful eyes to look at him, showing an extremely peaceful expression. Although she could not understand, she was looking very seriously, but her gaze was mainly focused on Chun Xiang. 2 hours later, Chun Xiang's pill furnace released a bang sound. "The furnace blew up. I know that." Linger chuckled from the side. "It's more or less what I expected. The reason you bought those medicinal ingredients was so that you could explode inside the pill furnace." "Blast your sister. This is called a mistake," said in a bad mood. He had blown up, but for the alchemist who was concocting a level 2 immortal pill for the first time, this was very normal. Linger laughed even more happily now. "Hurry and push the blame for your mistake onto me. Say that it's because I've affected you. Then you'll feel much better. I do not have the habit of plus wrecking my responsibilities. Even if you call for the top 10 of the Holy Maiden ranking and strip naked in front of me, I would still not be affected." Chun Xiang was very confident. He had already experienced this kind of test a long time ago, and the main responsibility was Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu. Next, he began the second batch of Yuling bamboo shoots. When he bought the first 10, he asked the old man to give him 10 because he had already predicted that the initial stages would fail. Linger charmingly laughed, her laughter carrying a captivating allure. It was clear that she had received training in this area before. She then slowly took off the dress on her upper body, revealing her beautiful collarbone. The skirt slid down, revealing a pair of round, partially wrapped snow peaks. "The flame when you refine pills makes me so hot." Linger twisted her snow-white slim waist and coiled her long black hair. She spoke with a soft and charming voice, which was extremely alluring. Chun Xiang calmly sat there controlling the flames in the furnace and used the depurification to burn the Yuling bamboo shoots. He turned and looked at Linger, who was trying to seduce him, and said indifferently, "With your level, you want to seduce me. Since it's boring to refine pills anyway, why don't you make it even more intense? Otherwise, it would be hard to break my state of mind." Seeing Chun Xiang's expression, Linger was very disappointed, as if the beautiful her was called ugly by others. She started to untie the cloth covering her chest, which was made up of thin white silk that had wrapped itself around her chest. Linger saw that Chun Xiang had turned his head around, so he slowed down his pace even more. It had been a long time since he last made a circle, but now he could faintly make out a faint blush. Linger saw that Chun Xiang had turned his head around, so he slowed down his pace even more. It had been a long time since he last made a circle, but now he could faintly make out a faint blush. Linger, who was originally a little proud, saw that Chun Xiang's eyes were not burning hot like she had imagined. "Hurry up! Why are you dawdling?" Chun Xiang chuckled, although he said that it gave people a feeling that it was not important. Linger grumbled, but she did not continue to remove the veil, but instead wrapped it around her because she did not plan to take it off for Chun Xiang to see. She only wanted to enchant Chun Xiang to see if it was truly as strong as he said, and not be affected at all. Now she truly believed that Chun Xiang's mental fortitude was beyond ordinary, but she was still disappointed in herself, and actually did not move Chun Xiang's heart. It wasn't that Chun Xiang hadn't seen beautiful women's bodies before, but rather, he had seen many of them. Linger put on his clothes and lied down on the bed, drinking some delicious ditty as he watched Chun Xiang concoct pills. Although it was best if no one disturbed Chun Xiang when he was refining pills, it was very boring. A beauty was humming a tune beside him, which Chun Xiang enjoyed very much. Had refined quite a number of level 1 immortal Yushin Dan before, but now, while refining the level 2, Even though he was using the Yuling bamboo shoots, he felt that it was extremely strange and hard to refine it. Because Chen Xiang used the depurification, Su Meiao's pointers were very limited. She could only tell him the specialties of the medicinal herbs and the things he should pay attention to. Ji Linger looked at Chen Xiang's Yanlong furnace in a daze, not knowing why she had the time to do so. Just as she was about to lose her train of thought, an explosion suddenly occurred, scaring her to the point that her delicate body trembled. It exploded again. Ji Linger laughed. Do you even know how to refine pills? You already wasted 2 sets of ingredients in one go. Chen Xiang wiped off the sweat on his face and said, This is my first time refining a Yuxian Dan of this level. Failing 2 times is normal, but when I succeed, it's fine as long as I don't get scared. Success means success. What's there to be afraid of? Ji Linger said casually. From what she knew, successfully refining a batch of pills was normal. How could it scare people? Chen Xiang opened the pill furnace and looked at the scattered medicine aura, frowning and thinking. I used the 5 elements sacred flame, which was enough during the burning process. Although it's a little difficult to use divine power to refine the spirit, I can still handle it. Why did the Yuling bamboo shoots suddenly explode when I was halfway through it? Chen Xiang told Su Meiyao about this discovery. Although Su Meiyao did not understand depurification, she was an experienced Dan immortal and might be able to give him a solution. Give Shuet a stock. Let her see if there's anything wrong with the Yuling bamboo shoots itself. There was one in Su Meiao's hand, so when she looked at it carefully, she felt that this Yuling bamboo shoots was a little different. Chen Xiang did not notice this problem. He had checked on the Yuling bamboo shoot's medicinal strength to be at the immortal 2nd rank, but he did not pay much attention to the others, and when he was refining, he did not find any difference. Long Shui quickly ate one of it. She chewed on the Yuling bamboo shoots and said with a bitter face, It's not tasty at all. It's very old, very hard to chew, and a bit bitter. The Yuling bamboo shoots of the 1st stage of the immortal realm was very delicious. It was sweet and crispy. Chen Xiang asked, There's something wrong with these Yuling bamboo shoots. Long Shui swallowed the last bit of Yuling bamboo shoots with difficulty. The problem is that there isn't any. The medicinal power contained inside is still very strong. It's possible that these Yuling bamboo shoots were grown using other methods, which resulted in them being different from the 9 heaven worlds' Yuling bamboo shoots. Seeing Chen Xiang standing there in a daze, Ji Linger lightly shouted, What's wrong? Little Linger, how do you grow the herbs here? Chen Xiang felt that the sky realm's medicinal herbs probably weren't produced using an array. It wasn't something that grew in a natural state. It's very simple. Cultivators of the water attribute are able to release a very powerful type of holy water through some techniques, condensing it into rain clouds and suddenly watering the medicinal herbs. This can allow the growth of medicinal herbs and things like that to increase rapidly. Ji Linger said, Isn't that place yours? No. Other than this, are there any other steps? Chen Xiang asked again. Yes, I've heard that when these medicinal herbs grow, they're divided into several stages. Every time a stage is reached, someone will channel energy into the medicinal herbs, allowing them to grow steadily with great medicinal effects. Ji Linger laughed. I learned before, but it's too boring. In the end, I give up, but if I can control it well, I can still earn a lot of holy stone. Chen Xiang nodded. He now understood why, when he was refining Yuling bamboo shoots, it would always explode out of nowhere. It was because inside these medicinal ingredients, there was still some sacred energy left over from others. All carried the consciousness of the original owner. If he used the foreseeing alchemy, it wouldn't have any effect. But his depurification was different. The depurification wanted to suppress all sorts of spiritual energy within the medicinal ingredients so that they would not be able to resist, and then perfectly refine them into medicine, aura S, and medicinal powders. Knowing this makes things much easier. Chen Xiang took out a Yuling bamboo shoots. As soon as he released his divine power, a large amount of his mental power gushed into the Yuling bamboo shoots. Then he activated the devouring magic kung fu and swallowed all the remaining spiritual power within the Yuling bamboo shoots. He had to master this process, well, otherwise he would absorb the spiritual energy inside the Yuling bamboo shoots. Right now, he could only absorb a portion of the spiritual energy that carried a human consciousness. It did not affect the Yuling bamboo shoots at all. Will it work this time? Ji Linger saw Chen Xiang put another Yuling bamboo shoots into the furnace and began refining the third furnace. Chen Xiang did not answer, but in his heart he already had an answer. Chen Xiang's Di power was like a wave as it rhythmically surged towards the inner parts of the Yuling bamboo shoots, causing it to give up on defending, allowing his flames to quickly decompose the Yuling bamboo shoots. Ji Linger saw that Chen Xiang had been working on it seriously for more than 6 hours, and felt that Chen Xiang had improved a lot compared to the previous 2 times, because the furnace had exploded very quickly. The pill furnace swayed for a bit, and Ji Linger immediately looked at it seriously. But not long after, she heard a soft sound coming from the furnace, causing her to feel depressed. What a powerful Yuling bamboo shoots! Chen Xiang was sweating profusely, but his face was full of joy. He realized that the Yuling bamboo shoots of the Saint Realm had a great advantage. That was, the medicinal power contained within them were extremely rich, which made it so that he did not expect that the moment the Yuling bamboo shoots was broken up, the boundless medicinal power would suddenly burst forth, catching him completely off guard and causing him to be unable to react in time, and only then would it explode. What are you so happy about? Ji Linger did not understand. She only knew a little about pill refining. Since she was young, she knew that she was not an ingredient in pill refining, so she did not think it was necessary for her to be familiar with this area. What are you so happy about? Ji Linger did not understand. She only knew a little about pill refining. Since she was young, she knew that she was not an ingredient in pill refining, so she did not think it was necessary for her to be familiar with this area. Nothing, just that this Yuling bamboo shoots is better than I thought. Chen Xiang laughed and wiped away the perspiration on his face. During the continuous concocting of pills, he had to hit hard on his mind and release a large amount of flames, which was why he was sweating so much. Ji Linger didn't understand and stuck out his tongue. Go and take a shower. You have been continuously going on for half a day, and you will also need to rest. I feel tired for you just by looking at it. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Chen Xiang laughed and walked towards the bathroom Ji Linger had built. It was only separated by a simple screen, and there was a relatively large bath inside. Ji Linger walked over, took out a small gold bottle, and poured some water into the bath. This water is no ordinary water. When I was at the mining field, I collected a lot of underground spring water that was soaked by holy stone. After Ji Linger had filled the bath, she smiled charmingly. Do you want me to go with you? Chen Xiang chuckled. That would be for the best. He stripped off his clothes in front of Ji Linger and jumped into the bath. Ji Linger said with a red face and a tender smile, You wish. Chen Xiang heated up the water in the bath until it boiled, and the holy energy that was contained in the water entered his body even more quickly removing the fatigue from his body. Lying on his back in the bath, he closed his eyes, channeled the 9-turn dragon Ji, D mantra, and absorbed the dense holy energy into his body through the 9-turn dragon Ji, D mantra. Chen Xiang returned to the side of the furnace. He did not expect that the holy stone-s water would have such an effect. After taking a bath, it allowed his condition to its peak, allowing him to feel that the energy in his body was boiling. The energy contained within this Yuling bamboo shoots is able to allow me to condense at least 3 or even 4 pills. Chen Xiang took out a Yuling bamboo shoots, exorcised the human spirit inside, and placed it into the pill furnace. This was also why he was so happy. Because of the special planting method used by the heaven, the energy within the spirit herbs was different from that of the 9 heaven world, and it was concentrated with a large amount of high-quality energy. Having had previous experiences of failure, he was able to discover many problems. As long as he could avoid those problems, he would be on the verge of success. Because he did not completely master how to refine a second-stage immortal Yushindan, Qin Xiang did not use the Yanlong furnace's formation to increase his speed. That ability to increase speed could only be used after being completely familiar with it. Otherwise, it would have been used right from the start and would have easily failed. Very quickly, 6 hours had passed. Ji Linger had been calculating the time, and when it was this time she became more alert because it was right at this time that Qin Xiang failed. She wanted to see if Qin Xiang could hold on longer than before. He's coming. The Yuling bamboo shoots inside the pill furnace was about to melt, and in that instant it produced a huge amount of medicine, aura S, and medicinal powders. Qin Xiang immediately released his strongest power to suppress it, and this energy that was concentrated in the Yuling bamboo shoots made Qin Xiang ecstatic once again. It's over. Ji Linger thought in her heart. Seeing Qin Xiang's calm face, unlike those previous tense times where she knew Qin Xiang was gradually nearing success, she couldn't help but be a little excited. She continued to lie down and hum a small tune, waiting for the results. Qin Xiang was ecstatic in his heart. I never thought that there would be so many medicine, aura, and medicinal powders. I wonder how they grew them, which actually allowed the medicinal herbs to compress their own energy. I wonder how many pills he can condense. Su Meiyao asked. Under normal circumstances, it would be 1 pellet, and this heaven realm seems to be the same. Qin Xiang laughed. If it was any other alchemist, they would have opened the lid to let a portion of the energy flow out just now. This way, although I could have avoided the explosion, it would have been too wasteful and I could have controlled it. Ji Linger had already eaten a second-stage immortal grade Yushindan before, so she had a very good understanding of the price of Yushindan S. If Qin Xiang was able to refine them, and only bought medicinal ingredients in the future, it would save her a lot of effort. However, she was worried about the time because she knew that it would take a relatively long time to refine all these Yushindan. Just as Ji Linger was thinking, Qin Xiang's pill furnace started shaking again. Is it going to explode? Ji Linger anxiously shouted. Nope. Qin Xiang forced a smile as beads of perspiration dripped from his forehead. Previously, when he was refining pills, he had compressed a large amount of medicine, aura, and medicinal powder, but none of them were comparable to this time's second-grade immortal grade S. This was because the large S of medicine aura inside the pill furnace was different from the medicinal powder and had been condensed to the same size as the previous time. However, Qin Xiang had a lot of experience compressing this kind of violent energy. In just an hour, he was able to compress it together and enter the core formation stage. The ball of mist was extremely thick, and after Qin Xiang took a deep breath, he used his divine power to split it into 5 groups. This situation seems to be the latter stage of the core formation stage. Ji Linger was a little shocked because it had only been 6 hours. If he had used this kind of time to refine a batch of Yushindan, it would be extremely fast, and she understood this point rather well. Qin Xiang steadied the furnace, and the 5 balls of mist inside started to gather up, slowly condensing into a solid state, then condensing into a pill. It's done. The quality is very high. If you work a little harder, you might be able to give out some light. Qin Xiang let out a long breath and relaxed his tensed body. Ji Linger frowned. He got up quickly and walked to Qin Xiang's side and asked, "You have finished refining the first furnace?" Qin Xiang nodded. "What's wrong? Why are you so fast? Although I don't concoct pills, I know that a rookie like you would need at least 2 to 3 days to concoct a batch of immortal grade 2 Yushindan." Ji Linger's face was filled with disbelief as he reached his hand out to open the lid of the pill furnace. A thick medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out, and a gentle, white light flickered inside the pill furnace. After the mist dissipated, Ji Linger let out a cry of shock. Her beautiful eyes stared wide open as she opened her mouth wide and turned her head to look at Qinxiang. This was really forged by you. Ji Linger saw that there were 5 high-quality, immortal-grade 2 Yushindan in the pill furnace, but to her knowledge, this was definitely not possible. A single batch, or 2, was already very powerful, and only a few Dan immortal could do that. But Qinxiang being able to get 5 at a time gave her a big shock. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. Let's try 1 pellet and see if it is made delicious by those famous masters. Qinxiang smiled and nodded. Let's try 1 pellet and see if it is made delicious by those famous masters. Ji Linger immediately took out 1 pellet and placed it into her mouth. She gently stirred it and swallowed it before praising. The quality is very high. This is probably the Yushin Dan with the highest quality that I have eaten. How did you make it? It's concocted like this. Didn't you see it earlier? Qinxiang chuckled. The progress is much more smooth than I thought. Now that Ji Linger saw him in a new light, she knew that not only was Qinxiang's cultivation mysterious, he was also very good at refining pills. She said, You still have 1,000 sets of ingredients left in your possession. That means you can refine 5,000 Yushin Dan-s, which is only 1,000 kilograms. If we buy 1,000 more for refinement, we will have 10,000 Yushin Dan, and we will be able to sell them for 100,000 jin. But the cost is only 6,000 jin. It seems like we will have to earn a cramp. He knew that Qinxiang was not ordinary in their relations. I plus P did not develop by much either. Right now, in her eyes, Qinxiang was just a rooster who knew how to kill holy stone. I will go and buy a large number of grade 2 immortal Yuling bamboo shoots now. We will have 5 million kilograms of holy stone very soon, even 100 million kilograms. Ji Linger was extremely excited and was about to leave the secret room. Qinxiang anxiously pulled her along. Little Linger, the reason why I'm refining Yushin Dan is to increase my strength. Once I become stronger, I can start concocting pills faster and reach a higher level. Also, with so many pills, it won't be easy to get rid of them. You are also being chased by the Ji clan, so it's best to keep a low profile right now. Ji Linger took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. She was truly too agitated before. After your strength has increased, you won't run away, right? Ji Linger was a little worried. In her eyes, Qinxiang was a treasure. Not only could he teach her the changing technique, he could also use such a brilliant method to quickly earn a large amount of holy stone. When that time comes, of course, I will leave this place. However, before I leave, I will earn a sum of money before leaving. At that time, you will have benefits. Qinxiang smiled and pinched her cute nose. You stay by my side. I'm not so bored while concocting pills. Ji Linger laughed. If you need me, I can accompany you for a lifetime. Qinxiang sat down and prepared to continue concocting pills. He also felt that with his pill refining abilities, he could earn a large amount of holy stone, and when the time came, he could buy some medicinal ingredients before returning. Linger, if I had a lot of holy stone, would I be able to meet the pill saint here? Qinxiang asked. There were people here who knew how to refine holy pellets. Then there would be pill saints. You want to eat the holy elixir? Ji Linger asked. I'm not too sure either, but if you need to see, you can try. No, I have a friend who is injured. He needs a holy elixir to cure him. Qinxiang said, Oh, what kind of injury is that? Ji Linger asked curiously, Even if I'm wounded in the eyes, I probably won't need a holy pellet. Qinxiang was also not clear about Su Meiyao's and Bai Yu's injuries. Their abilities were only at the mid to late stage Immortal King, and they did not need any holy pellets. But Su Meiyao had never mentioned that kind of injury. I'll go out, I'll show her. Su Meiyao suddenly said, Sister Meiyao, you're coming out. Qinxiang was very surprised. It's all right, there are no enemies in this heaven realm. My enemies should be in the 9 heaven world, so there's no need to be afraid. She's not bad to you, and she's very strong, so you don't need to worry about me. Su Meiyao chuckled. but she might be scared when she sees me suddenly appear. I'll go out and get some fresh air as well. Bai Yu also said, she has Pa S, said the 9 Revolutions Saint. Maybe she has a way to make us better. Fine, Chunxiang said. Even if he did not agree, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu could freely go in and out. Ji Linger was waiting for Chunxiang to answer. But suddenly, 2 rays of light flashed out. Sensing that there was someone else's aura, Ji Linger immediately became vigilant. They're the ones who got hurt. As Chen Xiang looked at the 2 women who had suddenly appeared and saw Su Meiyao and Bai Yu's absolutely beautiful appearance, an unexplainable emotion surged in his heart. He remembered the first time he saw them, and all these things that happened over the years. Su Meiyao was charming and gentle. Her charm was alluring and alluring. Wearing a purple dress, it gave her blee and beautiful temperament. Looked the same as before. But Chen Xiang knew that her heart was different from the geniuses from the past. He could see it from the softness in her eyes. She admitted that Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were indeed a rare pair of exceptional beauties. Now, she sort of understood why Chen Xiang could resist her temptation. Big Sister Linger, can you help look at our injuries? Su Meiyao smiled sweetly. This little girl's name is Su Meiyao. This is my senior sister Bai Yu. She doesn't like to talk. Please forgive her. H.E.L. Lo. Bai Yu revealed a rare smile as he greeted Jiling. Jiling laughed. You guys are much more polite than this guy. Afterwards, she held Su Meiyao and Bai Yu's hands and led them to the bedside to let them sit. Relax. I'm going to check your bodies. Jilinger placed his hands on top of Bai Yu's and Su Meiyao's abdomen. A moment later, Jilinger exclaimed and could not help but say, You guys are still virgins. Aren't you the brat's wives? Su Meiyao chuckled. That little scoundrel met us when he was still a child. We were already heavily injured at that time. Then she blushed and said, I can be considered his wife now. This little scoundrel is quite good. Did you see anything? Qinxiang asked. It's a very strange injury. They all have a strange power inside their bodies, and it has been devouring the energy inside their dantian all this time. As long as their dantian can condense that power, it will be devoured. Jilinger said as his brows furrowed. The energy within their dantian has been dispersed, but their foundation is still considered stable. They really need a type of sacred pill to recover their original strength. Jilinger frowned. However, if we don't expel that strange power from their bodies, even if they took the holy pellet, they would quickly return to their original state. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu seem to know it too. Big Sisterlinger, can you help us get rid of that strange power? Bai Yu asked. Jilinger laughed and said, Of course I can, but I need some time. But as repayment, you all have to tell me some interesting things about this brat. Su Meiyao looked at Qinxiang and chuckled. No problem. Some of his matters aren't secret either. Qinxiang was still quite confident of his own shady background. He didn't have a lot of dark history, so he wasn't afraid of Su Meiyao saying anything. Qinxiang was still quite confident of his own shady background. He didn't have a lot of dark history, so he wasn't afraid of Su Meiyao saying anything. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu sat on the bed. Facing Jilinger, Jilinger placed both of his hands on her chest. The person who can release this kind of strange power should be very strong. Jilinger frowned. Right now, I can only help you force it out. Without that strange power, your situation should be able to improve. Qinxiang had asked around about some things regarding Su Meiyao previously, but because they were mistaken for dead many years ago, their reputation had gradually decreased. Only the older generation could remember them, so he did not know much about them, nor did he know who their real enemies were. On the other hand, because Bai Ziqian had returned and used the magical corruption gas, her reputation was still there. Qinxiang continued refining the Yuxian Dan of the immortal second stage. With his previous success, it would be difficult for him to fail next, and he had not used the time acceleration array inside the Yanlong furnace yet, as he was still not familiar with the immortal second stage Yushindan. Linger, how long will it take for you to help them force out that strange power? Qinxiang asked. I'm not sure yet. It will take at least a few months. Ji Linger sighed. They still have a foundation. They only need to recover their dantian to recover to their original state, but they need a holy core to do so. You might be able to meet a pill saint who knows how to concoct elixirs in the heavenly realm, but if you can't concoct the elixir, then it will be useless. Don't expect the elixir to help you sell the elixir. Su Meiyao said, I have almost collected all the medicinal ingredients. If I can find the pill saint, it shouldn't be difficult for him to refine them. This would require at least 1 or 2 types of holy-level medicinal herbs. I never thought that you would be able to find them in the 9 heaven world. Ji Linger was a little surprised. The holy level S were just as precious in the heaven realm. If he really could find a holy pellet, then he would have to give some benefits to the pill saint. For alchemists of that level, holy level medicine was the best reward. So Qinxiang planned to condense some creation divine liquid S and copy some holy level medicine during this period of time. If only LV Chilean was here. Help me get some holy level medicinal herbs quickly. Qinxiang thought. After LV Chilean and little Lizzie parted ways, they hurried back to the 9 heaven world. This heaven realm was not a place they could enter as they wished. During that period of time, many people had already returned, and the door would continue to open for a period of time, waiting for those who were still alive to return. Several months had Pa S, said, and W, A, N, Ji Weiquan stood at the main entrance. The Xiao Profoundian beside him tightly gripped his palm, because they were waiting for Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian was their master, and had originally gone in with them, but he still had not come out, causing them to be extremely worried. Now they had to prepare to close this door, because practically everyone who was still alive had already returned. You guys don't have to worry too much about your masters. Qinxiang is also inside. They might have already met and planned to stay inside for a while longer. Back then, Qinxiang did not enter through this door. Right now, her impression of Qinxiang was much better than before. She was fully aware of Qinxiang's abilities and methods, and felt that Qinxiang might be able to obtain a lot of benefits from this place. Close the gate. If we continue to waste more time, we will lose a large amount of spiritual crystal. The half-crippled Fire Emperor of the Fire Divine Palace shouted from afar. W, A, N, Ji Weiquan and Xiao Profoundian were feeling helpless at the moment. They sighed and nodded towards LV Chilean. They will return. You should all be well aware of how powerful your master and junior apprentice brother are. LV Chilean patted Xiao Profoundian's shoulders and ran towards the Fire Emperor, closing the door behind them. Everyone worked together to remove the formation plate that kept the door open before sealing the explosive force. Not only that, they also needed to reinforce this SPAC so that the powerful saint beasts in the heavenly realm wouldn't come running over. To them, this was a disaster. After opening the door for so long, the holy beasts inside knew that someone had entered, but they did not enter the 9 heaven world. They did not even manage to pass through the sky curtain. Come to think of it, after Qinxiang was taken away by Ji Linger that day, Huang Jintian, who had escaped, had reunited with Mao'er. They had waited for today and returned to the mining area. Half of the holy stone that Huang Jintian obtained were given to cats, and he had them escort him out. On the way, Huang Jintian used the heaven extended method to calculate the location of a few holy beasts, and then led the cats to attack them. On the way, they killed a few holy beasts, causing Huang Jintian to be unable to hide his smile. Just when Huang Jintian thought that he was going to return with a full load and return to the 9 heaven world, he realized that the door was gone. D.A.M. and it. Huang Jintian stomped his feet in anger. There was a teleportation platform at the side, but only Qinxiang could use that teleportation platform. Huang Jintian had no choice but to find a rock and engrave a few words on it before tossing it to the side of the teleportation portal. When Chen Xiang returned here, he would be able to see it and tell Qin Xiang to wait for him before taking him away. After doing all this, Huang Jintian returned to the forest in the heavenly realm to find a cat to help him kill the holy beasts. When Maor left the area with the enchantment, she could use sacred energy. Huang Jintian also imparted some cultivation techniques to him, such as some of the dragon martial arts. They could make Maor stronger. Unknowingly, half a year had said while Qin Xiang was refining a level 2 immortal Yuxian Dan. Right now, he was using 3 pill furnaces, namely the Yanlong furnace, the 7-star treasure furnace, and a magic method furnace. Only by doing this could he increase his speed to 6 batches per day. After he revealed this move, Ji Linger was quite frightened, and it made her excited for a while, because this meant that Qin Xiang could refine a lot of pills that he could sell in a short amount of time. What Ji Linger admired the most was that Qin Xiang rarely failed, and he always produced 5 pills, and the quality was also good. 8,000 Yuling bamboo shoots have been refined. I have more than 5,000 Yuxian Dan now. Qin Xiang also felt a little tired, but he was happy because he was able to see Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu every day. Ji Linger helped them heal their injuries every day and forced them to use that kind of strange power. He had 3 beauties accompanying him. From time to time, they would give him some advantage, wipe his sweat, chat with him, or seduce him so that he wouldn't feel bored while concocting pills. They're almost done, but I still have some work to do. Ji Linger stretched lazily. Now that she knew Qin Xiang was an alchemist with a lot of potential, she got even closer to Qin Xiang because he had used half a year's time to refine more than 5,000 pellets of second-stage immortal Yuxian Dan. This was equivalent to 50,000 kilograms of holy stone. Qin Xiang swallowed a Yuxian Dan and asked, "Why are you so busy? Isn't it just lying there watching me cultivate? I have to eat these Yuxian Dan next. This isn't an easy time." Qin Xiang swallowed a Yuxian Dan and asked, "Why are you so busy? Isn't it just lying there watching me cultivate? I have to eat these Yuxian Dan next. This isn't an easy time." Su Meiyao laughed tenderly. "I don't know how many people are envious of you for being able to eat so many Yuxian Danes in one go. You still think eating these pills is tiring. If word of this gets out, people will die of jealousy." She came behind Qin Xiang, took off Qin Xiang's clothes, and helped him go take a bath. She had already treated Qin Xiang as her own man, something that she should do. Ji Linger saw that Su Meiyao was treating Qin Xiang gently and tried to tease him. "Meiyao, I've worked so hard to treat your injuries. Why don't I see how you treat me so well?" "Death spirit, do you want to steal my woman?" Qin Xiang had already entered the bathing pool and said while grinning. Every time he got tired from refining pills, he would come here to soak for a bit and immediately become spirited. In order to provoke Qin Xiang, Ji Linger brought Bai Yuyu over. With a charming smile, she said, "You are mine in the future. Don't even think about getting a hold of her, or else I won't forgive you." Bai Yuyu had long since gotten used to this kind of playfulness. Inside the serene jade ring, Long Shuai and Su Meiyao did this frequently as well. She only smiled, then leaned on Ji Linger's soft chest. Qin Xiang laid on the side of the bath, looking at the 2 girls on the bed. Su Meiyao gently rubbed his thick and broad back. You kissed me before. She's been mine since a long time ago." Qin Xiang giggled, making Bai Yuyu glare at him. Ji Linger was very surprised with this, because in the past half-year, she had understood Bai Yuyu, the cold beauty. Qin Xiang was most afraid of her, and she had always been looking at him with a gaze that could make Qin Xiang's greasy lips close. A hot, seductive lady like Su Meiyao, acting in an emotional manner towards her due to being lonely, was not really a surprise to Ji Linger, as he was a very outstanding man after all. Seeing Ji Linger's astonished application, Qin Xiang was very pleased. Then she grabbed onto that soft jade hand on his back and tugged with a little bit of strength, pulling Su Meiyao into the bath. "Ah, Su Meiyao let out a lovely cry as she fell into the water. She, who was originally dressed lightly, had her alluring body soaked in water, making her look extremely alluring and charming. Ji Linger immediately frowned. She had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. As expected, Qin Xiang skillfully took off the thin layer on Su Meiyao's body. Halfway through writing, Su Meiyao's proud and beautiful body emitted a hazy jade light, making her look extremely holy and holy. However, it also possessed a devilish charm and temptation, so much so that even Ji Linger was struck dumb by it, let alone a close-up witness like Qin Xiang. In the past, she and Su Meiyao would be together, sleeping together, eating together, and bathing together. The two of them were very familiar with each other's bodies, but she still snorted lightly. "Little scoundrel, why didn't you greet him?" Su Meiyao laughed very charmingly, praising Qin Xiang. Just as she finished speaking, her charming lips were covered by Qin Xiang, and following that, the two of them started to kiss intensely. Qin Xiang's hands were greedily moving on Su Meiyao's perfect jade body. Bai Yu groaned. A screen on the side suddenly moved, blocking the two hungry and thirsty people inside the bath. Ji Linger, who was enjoying his time, stuck out his tongue and said in a low voice, "Yuan, Meiyao's body right now still can't handle that little scoundrel. They won't go overboard. It will have quite a huge impact on Meiyao." Bai Yu seemed to have already gotten used to it and softly replied, "It's all right, they had already done this before. That little scoundrel himself is clear that they are just messing around now. In the end, they will only make themselves feel uncomfortable." Yuan, were you able to use your divine power to control the movement of the screen just now? Your original strength should only be at the mid to late stage Immortal King. Ji Linger praised. "Junior sister and I both only came out after being heavily injured. It was all thanks to that little scoundrel." Bai Yu said, "We soaked in a type of liquid and then we developed divine soul. We also did not expect that we would have divine soul so early." Ji Linger's beautiful eyes flickered. It seems that this little scoundrel is really quite capable. There are so many benefits to following him. Yes, Bai Yu nodded. There are indeed many benefits to following him. After the Pa S, Xian had Pa S said, Qin Xiang and Su Meiyao were wrapped up in a hug and soaked in a bath. Because Su Meiyao was still injured, he was not satisfied that Qin Xiang did not cross that line. After resting, Qin Xiang prepared to start his cultivation and take out a large box of Yuxin Dan. What was giving him a headache now was that it would take a very long time to digest these 5,000 Yuxin Dan. "I'm busy." Ji Linger suddenly came to Qin Xiang's side and lazily sat in front of him, looking at him. Qin Xiang was puzzled. "You already said that you were going to be busy earlier. What help do you have? Can you help me eat Yuxin Dan-S?" Ji Linger pounded his chest. "I'll help you cultivate. With this many Yuxin Dan, it'll take you a long time to refine them all by yourself. If you have me to help you with your cultivation, it'll be a lot faster. Is that okay too?" Qin Xiang looked at Bai Yu and Su Meiyao, who were sitting on the side of the bed. "Linger will not only help you refine the Yuxin Dan, she will also channel the sacred energy within her body to help you stabilize your foundation." Su Meiyao said, "Some of the more powerful seniors often assist the younger generation in this manner. There is no need to worry." Bai Yu helped Su Meiyao comb his hair, and it could be seen that all of them had this kind of experience. Ji Linger urged, "Hurry up and start. Eat dozens or even hundreds of them in one go." Qin Xiang was a little worried. "I eat so much. What if I lose control and my stomach explodes?" Ji Linger chuckled. "If it explodes, then I will help you make up for it. If you want to quickly raise your strength, then you have to take the risk. You need to know that it is very rare to have a holy maiden to accompany you in cultivation." Qin Xiang clenched his teeth, grabbed a handful of Yuxin Dan, and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's not enough yet. Eat this box, you can gather 100 pills. Ji Linger pressed one jade hand onto Chen Xiang's abdomen and the other on the location of his heart, then poured a somewhat hot power into it, causing Qin Xiang's stomach to stop expanding any further. Qin Xiang listened to her and grabbed another handful of Yuxian Dan to eat. Although the taste was good, he didn't feel like he was enjoying it at all. You can start circulating and refining it, Ji Linger said in a serious tone. Qin Xiang circulated various cultivation techniques and combined them together to circulate the energy, causing the medicinal energy that had exploded out to flow inside his body, expanding all of the veins in his body, making his body somewhat painful. Chen Xiang opened his eyes and frowned as he looked at Ji Ling. Although it wasn't as painful as he had imagined, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chen Xiang opened his eyes and frowned as he looked at Ji Ling. Although it wasn't as painful as he had imagined, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Endure it for a bit longer, and you'll be fine soon. Ji Linger's entire body was surrounded by a pale white mist, making her look extremely sacred. Coupled with her cold expression, she looked like Oh, Blee Holy Maiden. At first, Qin Xiang felt that the energy that Ji Linger had given him was scorching hot, but now he started to feel that it had become ice cold. The medicinal power in his body was originally circulating extremely violently, almost bursting his meridians, but now it had slowed down and became much gentler. Before long, Chen Xiang could sense that inside his body there was a large amount of Ji Linger's power. Ji Linger's Saint Force was very strong and was able to suppress the berserk medicinal force very easily. If it wasn't for the suppression from the outside, Chen Xiang wouldn't dare to eat so many Yuxian Danes and would only be able to refine a small amount of Holy Spirit Qi every second during refining. But it was different now. He had a large amount of medicinal power in his body, and during refining he would have more medicinal power every second than before. Ji Linger grew up here and absorbed the Holy Spirit's power since she was young. The Holy Spirit's power was pure in her body, and she herself had great talent. So the Holy Spirit power she injected into Chen Xiang's body could be of great help to him. Linger, are you training in the Holy Bone? Bai Yu suddenly asked. Not yet. If I reach that realm, then I don't need to be looked down upon by those stubborn old fogies from the Ji clan. Ji Linger shook his head. My bones are currently only at the purple gold rank. This little scoundrel is pure gold. His body of heavenly sage has reached large success. And then there's the platinum skeleton. And then there's the purple skeleton. And then there's the crystal skeleton above the purple skeleton. And finally, there's the jade bone. The jade bone is the sacred bone. Qin Xiang said in surprise, I never thought there would be such a long way to go. I thought I was close to the holy bone. Ji Linger snorted lightly. If you get close to the holy bone, then even if you don't use the Holy Spirit Qi in your body, killing me with one palm isn't a problem. She strongly pressed onto Chen Xiang's chest and lightly shouted, Don't speak. Focus on your cultivation. You still have over 900 Yuxian Dan left to eat. After Qin Xiang entered his cultivation state, he sealed his 5 senses. At this time, Ji Linger was chatting with Su Meiyao and the others, so he didn't hear anything. As long as the heavenly cores in his body were able to absorb enough energy, they would become a little bigger, and the quality of the heavenly cores would suddenly soar. In the future, the saint force he used would be even stronger, which meant that he had broken through. With Ji Linger's help, in just 10 days, he refined 102nd stage Immortal Yuxian Dan. I still feel that it's not enough. Take out a few holy stone and place it around you. While you absorb the holy energy from within the holy stone, merge it with the medicinal energy. When you refine it, you will be able to quickly refine the holy energy and pour it into the heaven pellet. Ji Linger said. Chen Xiang shyly took out more than 100 kilograms of holy stone. 100 kilograms was already a lot. Even an immortal becoming realm ranker would fuss over it. If my divine soul and saint force are strong enough, I might be able to control even more pill furnaces. Chunxiang said, when the time comes, the refining speed will be even faster. Ji Linger's eyes lit up, then quickly enter the immortal becoming realm. At that time, the sacred and divine powers will fuse together, had also said it before, but Chen Xiang was still a little confused. He asked, Linger, you train in divine soul as well, but why are you still using saint force? Sigh, I only refine the divine soul after the 9th cycle of the immortal becoming realm. If I cultivate the divine soul before the immortal becoming realm and transform the divine pellet from the divine pellet to the divine pellet, then the divine pellet will merge with the divine soul and it will be known as the divine power. Ji Linger replied, don't you know? I don't really understand. In other words, when the time comes, D power can be used as saint force and the original D power will also become stronger. Qinxiang asked, that's right, divine power is the power of divine soul, and divine power is the power of divine power that the innate qi transformed into after transcending worldly realm. When the two fuse together, it is sacred and powerful. Ji Linger said with envy, you guys already have divine soul before you become 9 transformation saint. Once you step into the immortal becoming realm, the two of you can fuse together. For people like me, I would need a period of time to raise my divine soul. Chunxiang said in Antic, 1. P. Asian, at that time can we use the D wind or something like that? Ji Linger nodded. Furthermore, there won't be much of a commotion. What she was looking forward to was the scene of Chen Xiang controlling multiple pill furnaces in one go. Su Meiyao had told her before that Chen Xiang could control hundreds of pill furnaces and concoct a large number of pills in a short period of time. He just wanted to quickly enter the immortal becoming realm, and at that time he would just have to return to the 9 heaven world. He wanted to obtain the things left behind by the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable, and look for traces of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable. With the help of Ji Linger, the extremely strong holy maiden Usurpa, said the immortal becoming realm, to refine the medicine, Chen Xiang could quickly refine the Yuxian Dan, and without any problems. This way, his cultivation speed would increase a lot. No wonder Jilinger said that he was confident that it could help him increase his strength. Long Shui had given her a lot of holy stone, which had helped her a lot. Right now, she was sleeping on a big bed made from holy stone snoring while holding a big sacred animal fruit in her hands. As she slept, she would occasionally take a bite. With Chen Xiang's way of eating it, he managed to eat all 5,000 Yuxian Dan in a month. However, he did not feel bad about it at all, because the holy stone that was used to eat 3,000 kilograms was like cabbages in his eyes. Looks good. Just eat another 10,000 pills, and you'll be able to enter the intermediate immortal king stage. Chen Xiang's face was full of smiles. He predicted that in another 1 to 2 years, he would be able to advance into the intermediate stage of the immortal king stage. Ji Linger replied, if it was anyone else, they would have already entered the intermediate stage of the immortal king stage. You even have 10,000 pills. Chen Xiang had a lot of pills in his body, and his cultivation was 5 times that of other people. He said, I might even need 20,000 of heaven pellets. I have 5 in my body. So that's how it is. No wonder I keep feeling like your stomach is like a bottomless pit. Ji Linger exclaimed. He patted Chen Xiang's abdomen. They had already stayed here for more than half a year. Originally, Chen Xiang wanted to take Su Meiyao and Bai Yu out for a stroll, but he was a little worried about other things happening because he was unwilling. Although the super old sacred city was very safe, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu didn't have the slightest ability to protect themselves. After the 2 girls entered the Serenity Ring, Chen Xiang and Ji Linger left the secret room and walked out of the house, ready to buy a large amount of Yuxian Dan medicine.